Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Asheville City Council meeting for October the 9th, 2012. If you could just take a moment to look at your cell phones to ensure that they're either off, on vibrate, or silent, not to disrupt the meeting. Thank you very much. I do want to acknowledge that we have scouts in the room. It's always a pleasure to see scouts in the audience. And I know that they'll appreciate we're about to stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. And so I know that I'll hear them nice and loudly today. So if we all could stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance together. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tonight I will lead the invocation, and if you will join with me, I'll give a brief prayer. Dear gracious and Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come together as a body to once again talk about the future of our city. We ask that you guide our conversation, that the words of our mouths and the meditations of our heart be acceptable in your sight. Father, we ask that you watch over our police officers and our firefighters as they do their job, as they go into harm's way. Keep them safe. We ask that you be with those who are protecting our country. Lord, keep them safe. God, we ask that your will be done in our community, that Asheville will continue to be a safe, vibrant, and beautiful community. In your name I pray. Amen. Tonight we're going to move straight into our agenda. Any members of our community wishing to address council on any item on our consent agenda, items A through E. Seeing no one moving forward. Council, are there any questions or comments on our consent agenda or a motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions or comments from council? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion carries. The next order of business are our presentations and reports. We do have 4 of them. And so the first one we're going to receive tonight is an update from our Buncombe County Tax Collector, Gary Roberts. Welcome, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor Bellamy and other council members. It's not often that I've come to speak before you, but thank you for that tonight. A couple of things I wanted to bring to you tonight. I want to talk about the collections, how we've done the last several years. We have a contract to collect for you guys. I think we've done very well. Also, I want to talk about a new motor vehicle law that's going to take effect. It'll affect the citizens in Asheville and the county. And then finally, I want to talk a little bit about the next reappraisal that our office is currently doing. I do have one slide tonight I would like to show you. In this slide here, it gives the collection rates for the city of Asheville over the last 5 years in your physical budget. I want to go through the columns to kind of give you an idea. The regular levy is probably 90 to 95% real estate. You have business, personal property taxes, and some personal property. In that we've collected, you can see pretty much every year around 99%, which is very outstanding. Motor vehicle levy is a little bit different. This is monthly levies that we bill based on what the motor vehicle office in Raleigh mails our office. We bill somewhere around 200 for the whole county, somewhere around 225,000 vehicle bills annually. So you can kind of see some months are going to be larger than others, but on average it's about 16 to 18,000 vehicle bills that we collect information on, we assess a value to, and we mail the bill out. And a lot of these are, in the city of Asheville. When you average these monthly bills together from July 1 through June 30th, the older months from July through December were probably 98, 99% collected. The last several months, though, that we've just mailed out, like the last month, maybe around 70% collected. It's not been on the street very long. We've told the citizen you have up until this date before interest begins. So it pulls the amount down. So when you see our collection rate there around 93 to 92, actually that's very good in the state of North Carolina. But you have to average the two levies together to come up with the total collection rate. And when you do that, you can see we've had some very good years of 99 to very high 98%. You can kind of see the economy in there. Our office works extremely hard with citizens to set up many different types of payment arrangements. We do forced collection actions, but as we go through those processes, if there's any way we can help a citizen, that's our number one job, to collect taxes for you and the other taxing districts. So if you hear citizens having issues, certainly have them to call me early. It certainly helps there. The one thing I wanted to point out to you, in looking at cities with population of 50,000 and greater, City of Asheville is number one in those cities in this state in the collection rate. You guys are above all others. I have to tell you that. That is very good. It takes a lot of work, mostly from your citizens on paying their taxes, but a lot of work from staff on both the city side and the county side. The average for the state, though, from the state treasurer's report for cities that are 50,000 and greater is 98.25%. So you can kind of see we're about a whole percent higher than that. What that amounts to is about $125,000 in taxes that you get to use for other things that feel are important for the city. I'm going to continue on. If you have questions, certainly stop me and ask me. Sometimes when my county commissioners say I get so excited about tax, I can ramble on for hours. So stop me. They're used to that. Vehicles. North Carolina general legislators have come up with a new way for vehicle taxes to be paid. Beginning in July of this coming year, 2013, when you get the renewal notice mailed to you to go and get the little sticker to put on your license plate, and in some cases you get a new license plate for certain size trucks, you're going to pay your property taxes at the motor vehicle office. Now you can mail that in, or you can go to one of the local offices and do that. But you're still going to have to get your inspection sticker. Along with that, you're going to have to pay your property taxes this time. It'll be a little bit different from where we get the information from the DMV office and 4 months later we mail out a bill. They've changed that process. The state Department of Revenue, the League of Municipalities, and the Commissioners Association have worked very diligently for close to 2 years to develop a software system that county tax offices can go in and do the assessment. The assessment will be the value of the property and the situs, meaning the location. What tax districts does our office need to go in and place on these vehicles? And then we're going to do that now 3 months early before the renewal notice comes to citizens. We're going to start advertising in the next month. It's going to be on our website. Hopefully we'll have the newspaper working hand in hand with us on informing the public of what to expect, if there's concerns or issues, to come to our tax office and work with us on collecting their taxes in advance. The flow of dollars to the cities and the fire districts and the school district will be a little bit different. The counties will collect those like we're doing now, and we'll allocate those back to the different jurisdictions. So it'll be a little bit different in the future on that. The idea of that is to help improve those collection rates that I showed you, that when you get to June 30th, you really won't see that you're not 93. You'll probably see you're more closer to 98, 99% collected on those. That's the hope of the whole idea of changing the legislation. Reappraisal. That's a term you hear a lot of different ways. It could be reval, reassessment, changing of the crazy property values. North Carolina has set in their general statutes that it has to be done once at least every 8 years. That can happen sooner than that. Our Board of Commissioners has usually picked doing it once every 4 years. And 2010 was that 4th year. And when we did our values in 06 and how the economy changed, as you guys heard the term, the Great Recession that we went through, values went up, went down, started going back up a little bit in some of the newer areas, and then dropped like a rock. It was very difficult for our office to come up with good sales, good comparables like the cost of construction or the income approach when you look at a commercial property. My advice was to commissioners was in the late part of 2009 was not to do a reappraisal in 2010, but let's revisit that issue year to year. And as the economy picked up and improved, we would look at doing that reassessment. Well, this last year, in looking at those numbers, we could see that there's had begun some stability in our market, not just one single part of it, but several areas. Our office works close with the board of realtors, local appraisers, and attorneys, and a lot of people in the real estate market, along with builders. And we've begun to see some of that information. So I advised the commissioners this year to do the reappraisal. Their goal not only was to do the reappraisal, but to get everybody back onto a 4-year plan of doing the reappraisal. So our goal is to do that in 2013, and you should see it followed in 2017 and thereafter. Now, what does that involve? Well, definitely we're going to reassess the market value of everybody's property in this community. We're going to do that through several ways. We take properties and we put them into neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are like properties that are homogeneous, that are built alike, developments that are very similar, the construction of homes are alike, they sell alike, could be the land of the neighborhood should be alike, selling for somewhat of the same amounts, or you'll see the same size lots, the same kind of streets within those neighborhoods. What we'll do is use different approaches. We'll use the two best for us on residential are a market approach, and that's what a property would sell for on the open market with a willing seller and an able buyer, both negotiating that. And through this great recession, you've heard a lot of terms of short sales, meaning that a seller and a bank are willing to sell a property for less than a mortgage. Some of those short sales have been good sales. Some of them are not. You may hear where people have been forced to sell their properties through a foreclosure or other means. Some of those sales are good, some are not. We try to qualify those sales with the new owner when the information comes through the Register of Deeds office. We spend a lot of time doing that. We also go out to the community and we pick up all of the new construction on homes. We've done that for many, many years, and we create what we call a property record card for every property in the community. It shows how we value the land, and it shows how we value the improvement there on the land. And they're totally different how those values come up. But the important thing we want citizens to look at when we do the reappraisal is to look at both of those. You may only want to appeal the land value. You may want to appeal the improvement only. We ask citizens to look at that information, see that is the age of the home correct? Do they think that we've got the size of the home correct? Do we have the number of bedrooms and baths that they see in their homes? And then it could be things that they know about the home that we don't know. There could be water damage, bug damage, could be in some internal fires that we haven't seen that information. Could be in, believe it or not, some cases that citizens appeal that the value is too low for different reasons, that they want us to raise those. But what I would say is if a citizen receives a value notice, they need to contact our office either by phone or in writing. There'll be a form with the value that we send out that they can fill out and send back to us, and we'll be glad to revisit the value, either through a meeting with them, coming out to the home and looking at it, or doing it just by the form that they send out. Our expectation is to have the values complete by January 1st. We will have them in the mail somewhere between the 3rd and the 4th week in January. Our expectation for the county will be around 13,000 appeals. We'll try to immediately work the ones that want to have the hearings first in our office. Our goal is to have those done somewhere around April and get our staff back out on the street to look and meet with citizens that want us to come to their homes so we can start making good estimates to your financial staff on what the increases or decreases are going to be in the tax base to give you the best numbers we can give you.
And before we begin asking questions, what's the phone number people can call?
Sure. Call our office is 250-4910.
And how long do they have how long is the appeal process?
The appeal process, when we first send out the form, they will have till the Board of Equalization and Review adjourned for the year, which should be around mid-April.
So they have from January 3rd, by the time they get it, till...
They should really see the notice about the last week of January.
Last week of January.
And then they have till about mid-April. That would be my goal. I would tell them not to go past mid-April. The way we will stagger the mailing, we will get almost all of the residential out first. We will follow up with commercial mailing second so we can get the calls from the citizens out of the way. We do expect probably 2 very intensive weeks of phone calls and letters coming back in that we'll have staff working on. and immediately we'll get the commercial information out, and probably the next month. Commercial people like to spend a little bit more time looking at theirs. Theirs is the ones that we use more of an income approach. When they invest money into a property, they do it based on what they hope to gain from a property. So we do a little bit different method. We'll use the cost of what what it takes to build a commercial property. We'll look at a market sale, what a commercial property, or an income approach. And they like to spend a little more time looking at those.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Gary. It's a pleasure to hear all this good information about how this system works. Councilman Bothwell?
Yeah, I have a question about the new billing on vehicles. When the state gets involved, they usually seem to dip their fingers into things. Are they keeping any of the tax that they're going to collect now? Or is it coming directly to the county?
No. Good point you made. Let me give you a little bit of history. When they first created that they were going to develop a software system, they separated funds that were going to be used to develop that system, where the state or Department of Division of Motor Vehicles wouldn't get access to it. It would be strictly for the use of that. It wouldn't be for the counties either. So it was based on interest. Interest used to be 2%. It moved up to 5% if people were late the first month, and then 0.75% after that. Those funds were used specifically to develop and to hire some staff for the creating of the software system. Now, as normal tax dollars come in, no, there will be a fee that the license tag agency gets or the state of North Carolina gets. The fee is still being worked on. The way the general statute is written, it should not be more than the current fee that they collect to issue a sticker for the state now. And I think that's about $1.50, somewhere in there. So they shouldn't be charging the local governments any more. We are going hand in hand between the cost of printing and mailing that they're saving money on, and we are too, by the volume that they do. That gets the total cost of that down where we all save funds. So,
Thank you.
Councilman Smith?
Just to make sure I'm clear on it, you said January 1st you should have those numbers in as far as our own budget planning over here. Does that mean January 1st your staff will be able to communicate that to city staff here and they can have a look at that towards our budget process at that time?
Great question. No, I always like to try to put the date somewhere about mid-March to April to do the values. One of the things that our office has to do is there is on personal property and business listings and public service are different types of taxes that we have to assess. The state does the public service and they gather the information in the month of January. Same for the local offices, the counties too. We send out a listing form for businesses to list all the assets that they own, and they have through January 31st to send that back to us. Now, some request an extension, and we'll give up to March 15th on those extensions. Some of your larger manufacturing or larger companies will always ask for those extensions. What we try to do is get staff on the phone quickly and ask, is there any huge disparities between what we've seen last year and this year so we can make some good estimates. My best thought, though, is to tell you that I will give the best estimates I can give to you around April 1st to your staff. Now, during a reval year, it's a little bit different, and what I will do is I will make a projection for your staff as well on what I think the appeal loss will be. Now, it's a choice, they want to use my number or be a little more conservative. I'll never give you a number that you won't collect. Sometimes I have used a number. There's 43 taxing districts for the county that I have to estimate values for, and they're all different. County's one, it's the largest, everything's in the county, and then you look at the fires, the service districts, the school district, 6 municipalities. But what I'll try to do is I'll look at each of those. I'll look at the appeals that have come into our office and try to make some judgment calls to see, can I give you a much firmer figure so you can get the best numbers to set your tax rate.
Thanks.
Councilman Pelley?
Mr. Roberts, thank you for this update. And I know there's a lot of interest in the community about the reappraisal process underway now, given that it's been, I guess, it'll be about 7 years since the last reappraisal was done. You had talked, and we all know that the real estate market's been on a roller coaster for several years now, too. I'm curious, you talked about when doing reassessments, particularly when you're trying to determine value on short sales and foreclosures, you talk about good sales and bad sales. Can you elaborate a little bit what the distinction is there?
Sure. Two people that don't know each other. One's wanting to sell their property for the best price. One's wanting to buy it for the best price. One buying, has access to funds to buy the property. The two negotiate a value and they end up selling the property, for a specific amount of money. That's a market sale. Neither one know each other. They both have expectations of getting the best buy or selling it for the best price. When you run into a situation where you have maybe a father selling a property to a child, they know each other. There's a thought there that the dad might give the child a little bit better buy than he would somebody he doesn't know. That's a non-qualified sale. Short sales there've been a lot of them in the area, and they have been a lot, and they are not as many as there were between bankruptcies, foreclosures, and some of the short sales. We still see them coming out. I think the volume of them now are more steady than we've ever seen. You don't see this big glut of them hitting the market, which I think has really helped the market a lot. But when you see those, you really have to look at those and talk to the new owner of how did you negotiate this sale? Did you go through? Did you know the person? Did you just go through a real estate agent? Somebody mentioned it might be a good property for your fit. You toured the property, you liked it, and then you started a reasonable negotiation. That's probably a qualified sale. But if you go to a bank and the bank person, he says, hey, look, I'll say the property deal, just get it off my books. Give you a great buy. And that happens. People buy properties like that. Is it bad? No. I mean, banks are cleaning up stuff that they don't want on their books. Some investors buying a property that they might do something with, either for their family or rent it out. So it's good reasons for that, but those are just not qualified sales. And what we try to do is look at that and glean that information from both either the seller or the buyer to say, were they qualified? Now, on our website, we certainly encourage citizens to look at that. We note that information on there. So if you go in and you type your street and you say, I want to see the sales within my neighborhood, we'll show you all those sales if you're aware of them or not. Honestly, citizens in their neighborhoods know them much better than we do. A lot of times they've been to parties in those homes. These have been some of their friends around them, and they know when a home sells, was it a good price or not a good price. And they bring those to us as a comparable, which is good information for us when they come and appeal. But one thing we'll show on our website is that we did see that it was a qualified sale or it was not a qualified sale. We'll put a yes or no in that area for citizens to see. It's a good question. Great question.
Any other questions? Councilman
Mr. Roberts, thank you so much. I know this gets to the commissioners and this council's business in terms of setting tax rates in light of the revaluation, but could you offer just a simple explanation of how a person's property value might go up or down and how a tax rate change might influence their total tax bill or not?
Sure. We're seeing it, and I know I speak a lot of times from the county as a whole because I'm asked constantly to look at a lot of county properties. Within both the county and the city of Asheville, there have been developments that have gotten started that may not have done as well because of the economy. The economy turned before the development really got on its feet. Some of those neighborhoods have not done as well in holding their values from the 2006 assessment. Now, when we assessed values back in January of 2006, our goal at that time was to say, what was the market value at that date? And one of the council members said it's been 7 years, Mr. Pelley, and he's exactly right. In 7 years, properties in this city and county have gone up and down all over the different neighborhoods. There's no same, even in some neighborhoods where we have, like, give you an example, and a good friend of mine the other day said, quit picking neighborhoods because you're putting a bullseye on your back when you do that. But I'll use this one in general. Montford has 4 neighborhoods within it, depending on the year, how homes were built, how those homes were built, lot sizes. A lot of information goes into looking at those neighborhoods. Of those 4, they're not the same in increases or decreases. When we assess those values based on today's market to what was there in January of 06, there have been a lot of ups and downs and some major drops. So When we put all of those neighborhoods together, and I give you the city of Asheville, here's a certain number of neighborhoods for both commercial, industrial, and residential properties. And then I give you the motor vehicle values, and I give you the public service values, and then personal property, because it's for business, it's listed separately. Then you're going to look at that, and you're going to make a determination based on the new total assessment, what your values, what your tax rate needs to be. Now, one of the requirements your financial staff, who I commend, and your manager is going to have to do a revenue neutral form with you that you have to turn into the state, and you have to show here's where we were before the reappraisal, here's where we are after, here's things we needed as far as services that we need to add in order to set our new rate. So there are some forms out there that you need to look at and complete in order to do a reevaluation as a local government. But when we total all the neighborhoods together, all of the properties, there will be some increases, there will be some decreases. Some are going to be greater than others. When people come in our office and say, my value went up 15%, I never look at a percent. What I look at is, did I really get market value for you? If I didn't, based on your land or your improvement being incorrectly picked up by the information in our office, then we need to correct it. And in some cases, we found a whole neighborhood that we had some bad data on, and we had to correct the whole neighborhood and send out some new values for those. And that's pretty major. We've not had that in a long time, but it could happen if we've had like a condominium complex. And of the square footage within those condominiums we had wrong. We owe everybody new values within that complex. So we look for things like that. I hope that helped answer it, because there's not really a fixed percent anybody should look at. You should look at and ask, is the total assessment what you believe the market value to be? If not, could it be in the land or the improvement? And is the information within our tax database correct? And if not, you need to talk to us, and we need to fix your value.
Thank you.
All right. No other questions from council? Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
I want to thank you guys for your support and your staff. You've got some great departments that we work with closely, planning, finance, manager's office. I just want to thank you before I leave for the support. Taxation is not always easy, but it's nice when you have the support from governing bodies to do the job that you need. I would certainly say if you need us, please give me a call.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Council, the next order of business tonight is to get a report on the Board of Adjustments, and we have the chair, David Brown, here. Mr. Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Bellamy. Thank you, City Council, for having us here. Wanted to talk a little bit about our mission for Board of Adjustments. I'm David Brown, as you mentioned. I'm chairman this year. And if I could just read this to you, our mission is: the board is a quasi-judicial administrative body that operates on a level between the enforcement offices and the courts. The board is charged with hearing and deciding applications for approval of variances from the terms of Chapter 7 of the Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Ordinance, except where the chapter places responsibility for hearing or considering such a variance with another body. We meet 12 times a year. We meet the fourth Monday of each month. We have 5 members. 4 of those members are from the city. 1 is appointed from the county. There are, I think, 3 alternates, and it's a group that is charged with hearing from the city in terms of the variances that are placed before us. We generally will look at a variance, and I think the best way is just to give you an example from a recent meeting, just to tell you, a typical situation that goes on. We had a church in West Asheville that kind of a unique property where the church, it was hard to see it. Obviously, it had a sign on the road, had a sign on the church that, like I say, you couldn't really see the church building, but they also had a parking lot on the same property. And that parking lot was in front of another road. It wasn't Bear Creek Road. Bear Creek Road was the road that the church was on. So the ordinance did not provide for the church to have a sign at that parking lot because they had their sign on Bear Creek Road. And in that case, the church applied to the city. The city made a recommendation that they go to Board of Adjustments to appeal that variance, and basically, it was in the city, the driving public, and certainly the church's best interest to approve that variance recommendation, and now, the church will be able to have a sign on both roads and basically meet their needs and certainly meet the public's needs too. So it works very nicely like that. I think, while we recognize that there is no perfect ordinance, and UDO would be one of those, and there's no perfect property. Yeah, well, that's what I tried to say. No perfect ordinance, no perfect property. We are the layer that helps approve, without going to the court, those variances. And by doing so, we save not only the citizen, but also the courts a lot of time and certainly a lot of money in making that an efficient way to appeal in those hearings. So be glad to, and our goal would be to operate in a manner that continues to serve the city in the best way and its citizenry, but also, if we think about it this way, what if everything had to be litigated? Wouldn't that be a mess for all of us? So this eliminates a lot of that. So be glad to answer any questions, and certainly like to thank Martha and certainly Shannon that we work with on a regular basis and are very professional in helping us with the guidelines along there. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you for all that your committee does to help reduce the litigation process for people, that they can get it settled by citizens. And so, council, any questions or comments about the Board of Adjustments? All right. Seeing none. I do have a consideration, council. I think Mr. Brown probably could talk about this too. One of the issues that we're seeing more and more on our agenda, we're going to see it later tonight, and Mr. Brown gave an example, are concerns about the sign ordinance, and I would love for staff to look at the ordinance. I know it's not an easy process. I think the city manager said it's about like noise. It's one of those things that's going to take a while to get to a better place, but I think it's time for us to look at our sign ordinance to make some changes to make it a little bit easier to do business. And so I was talking to the city manager, and if we get 4 nods, he can look at how that will stack up and bring it back to us about a timeline to see what needs to be done or what resources are needed.
Do you know what parts, the whole thing, or?
We just did the digital part, so that would be taken out. And there was one other part that has been looked at fairly recently that won't be considered, but it's just like some of the issues on properties that make sense. So looking at it, some low-hanging fruit to make it easier and readable, and it's something that's really needed. And so it won't deal with the digital billboards. That's kind of already taken care of.
We can take a look at it in PD.
All right, we have.
See Shannon, she's blocked by the monitor. But.
All right, yeah, 4 nods. Thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to get an update from the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. Mr. Hume, who has been a diligent member for many years, thank you so very much for all that you have done and are doing.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. For the record, my name is Charlie Hume. I'm serving as the chair for the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. I put together a presentation here with just a few slides to kind of walk through what the committee has been doing. And so, by city resolution, this is the mission. I've kind of slimmed this down a little bit to just give you 4 bullets. But we serve as liaison, so we are a conduit to the community, to the police department, and vice versa. We're there to mediate problems, conflicts, and of course to advocate for different ideas and programs that come to us from the citizenry, and to disseminate information in both directions. This is the current makeup of the committee. I put this up just to give you a feel for how we're composed, as well as to recognize these folks. They put in a lot of hours, so I want to thank them for their dedication. We've got the 5 geographic representatives, as well as an ad hoc position. We had brought on somebody that has ties and relationships with the Latino community. That's Sarah Nunez. Dr. Larry McCollum has joined us recently from the Community Relations Council. Jake Gurney representing the Housing Authority, and so that's the core of the citizenry on the committee. The chief is generally at the meetings. When he's not, someone else from the command staff is there, so it's either Captain Splain or Captain Wood as a general rule, and then Sergeant Mike Lamb is there as well. And of course, Councilman Pelley comes a good deal of the time as well. So this is, it's been about 2 years since I stood before you. This is kind of an eye chart, so don't get too caught up in it, but it's from 2010, so this was something I presented. I wanted you, last time I was here, I wanted you to concentrate on the red, because those are the items that we really tried to attack over the last couple of years, and the committee historically has suffered a little bit from attendance, so that was a big thing for us to try and improve upon and to get the folks engaged, and I think we've done a good job of that. So, and down at the bottom are some of the threats that the committee saw as well, and we're working on that as well. So the goals that came away from that analysis were, one, to reconstitute the committee, and we've pretty much had full turnover with everybody on, probably with the exception of myself, because I think on year 4 on the committee, and so we've really done a good job with member participation. Accountability, we've all really taken a commitment to being at every meeting and to staying engaged. The other thing that we wanted to do is to get the folks, increase their knowledge base, have them more familiar with the police department, with the officers, really get them out there on the ride-alongs and understand the structure. And so we've engaged in a lot of the activities and meetings, whether it's changing together the Focus Deterrence program or attending the ComStat meetings. The chief's been great about bringing us in and kind of opening up and letting us see how things are run. Participate in the chief selection process was something else that we set as a goal for ourselves. And then issuing some formal recommendations. And then lastly, build community partnerships was an ongoing goal for us. So from an accomplishment standpoint, we've increased attendance from 80 up to about 85-100%. That was in the 45% range when I first came on. We're having monthly meetings, which keeps everybody engaged. We've increased the diversity by bringing on the different folks, in addition to the 5 geographic regional folks. So, good thing. As far as the chief police selection goes, we were engaged with or involved with the search and selection criteria, so putting together a SWOT analysis for the police department as a whole, attending the community input sessions that were held, and then actually participated in the assessment process. Sergeant promotion, we've had some of our members involved in the panel interview, so we think that's been a great thing for us to be engaged with. And then we issued our recommendations in April of this year to the chief. We're waiting to hear back a little bit more on some things that they've done with those and to what level those have been acted upon. And then our Take It to the Streets program is a way to get out there and stay engaged with the community. And just a brief overview of what that constitutes. 4 main goals there, and one is the first being to raise awareness. So we recently sent out an invitation to the community at large to, if anyone has a need or desire to meet with us, we're willing to travel on site and meet with any group to hear what they have to say. We try to leverage scheduled events where possible, so National Night Out was something that was put together. We attended that. There are other community neighborhood associations that have meetings, and we'll attend those as well. Getting out there and facilitating the communication being the second goal of this program, just networking and getting people partnered up with the police department where need be. So bring in the community resource officers, bringing in the district folks for that, whether it's the Charlie district or the Baker district, to talk to people and let them know what's happening in their area. And then soliciting feedback from those folks and communicating that back to the command staff, letting them know where improvements can be made or some ideas that folks have. And in general, building the partnerships with the community, so establishing the trust, make sure we have continuity with those relationships, because a lot of times our community resource officers will be in that role for maybe a year or two, and then they'll move on to something else, and somebody else will come in, whereas our folks hopefully are there, and there's a name and a person that you can get hold of all the time. and fostering collaboration and problem solving with those folks. So bring in the resources when necessary to accomplish the goal. The target groups, these are just some examples: homeowner associations, civic organizations, faith-based, other groups. So it's we're not limited to any one group or any type of group. Anyone who has a concern, we're open to hearing from them. And we've got phone and email contact for someone who wants to reach us. So, and that's outside of the city infrastructure, if you will. So, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hume. I appreciate the comprehensive nature of the committee, and I appreciate when you first came on board how you saw a lot of the issues that you all have already addressed and are continuing to address. And so we appreciate the meetings you even held in the community to get input about the department and try to implement those things that you've heard. So we appreciate that, the things that you could do. Council, any other questions or comments? Councilman Hunt.
Mr. Hume, I want to thank you for your leadership. I'm really glad to see the positive transition and participation by the committee and the progress you're making. I mainly want to make an appeal to the community here. The police protection is it's a very big part of what city government provides in the community, and doing it well is really challenging. And there's lots of citizen concern about how we carry out our mission around public safety and police protection. It struck me that perhaps this committee opportunity is not quite as present in the minds of the community as it could be. And I want to encourage folks out in the community to consider stepping up. This committee especially needs quality participation from people that care and want to take time to be informed and participate. So please consider that, folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
The last update we will receive tonight is the water resources update from Phil. Good to see you. I didn't see you at first.
Mayor Bellamy, members of council, it's my pleasure to be here tonight. As usual, this presentation will provide some key updates on the last 2 weeks of this process, as well as some key dates that staff wanted you to be aware of that will be taking place in the next month. As you know, we have various departments working to quantify the potential financial impact of various merger scenarios, as well as Raftellus financial consultants who are contracted through the city to look at various governance models for such systems. The results of those two analyses were to be presented at the October 16th City Council meeting. That meeting has been rescheduled to October 30th, 3:30 p.m. in the U.S. Cellular Center Arena meeting room. And as council directed, we are extending invitations to our legislative delegation and area governments, and can report back on the expected attendance at your next scheduled meeting, unless you would like that list sent to you prior to that time. Some key dates relating to the MSD study. As you know, they are doing a similar study on the financial effects to their ratepayers if a merger were to take place. During their scheduled meeting last week, the MSD Planning Committee set their next meeting for November 1st, 10 a.m. in the MSD boardroom. At that meeting on November 1st, their consultants, Malcolm Perney, will present a draft version of their report, of their study, and at that point they'll get input from that committee, and followed by that bring a final report to the full MSD board on November 14th at 2 p.m. in the MSD boardroom. The last bullet on this slide is relating to asset valuation. The only update relating to that is that Raftellus financial consultants, two of their consultants have researched various qualified appraisers and have given out a list to the finance department here at the city, and staff are going to perform some interviews and ask some questions and figure out the best way to move forward, at which point that information will be brought back to council for some direction. The final part of this brief presentation will be turning on the overhead projector, and it will be sharing what information sharing has taken place in the last 2 weeks. And just as a side note, while we're handing this out, is the information requests, the quantity going to and from the city is beginning to slow down slightly, and we're thinking that's because both studies are kind of winding down, and most of the information has been shared at will. So it's split up into two sections, requests to the City of Asheville, and there's been 2 requests in the last 2 weeks from MSD of Buncombe County. Those requests were fairly specific to water resources operations. The large majority of those requests have been fulfilled, and staff are just working. A couple of them we actually have to get from our consultants, so we actually don't have the documentation, but we're scheduled to get it previously. So we'll be handing that over as soon as it does make it to the City of Asheville. If you wanted to look line by line at what these requests were, I've added some links to the piece of paper that you can type in and to see for yourself. The second part is request from the City of Asheville. We had a fairly substantial request, about 52 items. That has mostly been received. MSD is still working on a few of the items, the link there to those, and the purpose of that fairly large compiled request was to complete our internal financial analysis. That was what staff thought they needed to complete that analysis. That concludes my presentation. I'll be available for any questions that you may have.
All right, Council, any questions?
I just had a quick question. You mentioned the area governments are invited to the meeting on the 30th at the Cellular One Center. Does that include MSD?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
16 entities total.
Sounds like a party.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Council, we'll move forward to our public hearings. We have 3 of them tonight. One will require 2 separate motions, and that's the first one. Public hearing A, the public hearing to consider an economic development incentive grant for Plasticard Lock Tech international expansion. The next item associated with that is a budget amendment in the amount of $13,400 from property tax revenue to budget the first year economic development payments. Sam Powers will make the presentation on both issues, and we will open a public hearing after that and have both issues addressed under one public hearing, but I will need 2 motions. Mr. Powers, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Good evening. My name is Sam Powers, Economic Development Director for the City of Asheville. The issue under consideration tonight is an economic development incentive grant for Plasticard Lock Tech International, otherwise known as PLI, and a corresponding budget amendment in the amount of $13,400 from property tax revenue for the estimated first year's installment of the incentive grant. PLI has grown since its beginnings in 1988 to become the world's largest manufacturer of hotel key cards. And just going off script for one moment, when the Southern Conference basketball tournament was here last year, PLI worked with the conference and hotels and did a great job in making souvenir keys. And when I travel, I like to bring home a key from the hotel as a souvenir, and also so it keeps PLI in manufacturing hotel cards for us here at Asheville. The purpose of this investment is to allow PLI to expand their operations here in Asheville after a search in other cities and other states. It will create new jobs and public investment in our community. PLI has requested the consideration of a performance-based incentive grant under our City of Asheville Economic Development Guidelines. The city proposes to offer PLI a performance-based grant, which means it will not be paid until PLI has achieved what they have said they would do and satisfies all the conditions of an economic development contract. The amount of the grant would not exceed $67,000, and that would be spread out over a 5-year payment period. As I said, the grant wouldn't be paid until all the property taxes are paid and verified through the county. and that all of the conditions are satisfied. The amount of the grant is approximately 75% of the new taxable income, and 25% of the new taxable income will remain with the city for the first 5 years, and then all 100% would be part of the city's general fund. There are a number of pros for this request. This is a performance-driven grant that is only distributed after all of the conditions are met. This supports the city's goal of job creation and capital investment in manufacturing in Asheville. It supports the retention and expansion of existing industries, and it supports development of an identified economic development cluster for the city and the region. The con is that, again, the grant is formulated and based on the use of general fund tax incentives for a period of 5 years. Overall, there's a positive impact immediately, and after 5 years, the impact increases. The recommendation from staff is that council authorize the Economic Development Incentive Grant for Plasticard LockTech International not to exceed $67,000, and also the corresponding budget amendment in the amount of $13,400 from property tax revenues for the estimate of the first year in payment. Peter Krause from PLI is here tonight, along with Tim Lampkin from the EDC, and they and myself would be available to answer questions after your public hearing. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. At this time, we'll open the public hearing for public comment. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
City Council, Madam Mayor, before I begin on this topic, I do want to bring a point of order. I don't want a correction, but just so it don't happen at the next meeting, because I know it probably threw you off to see me here. It's been a while. Nice to be back. And unless you change rules on the first part of the meeting, on the consent agenda, I think you forgot public comment. Did you change the rules?
I did announce it, but we're not on that, but I did announce it.
Just want to make sure. Now, I'm glad to hear that they're number one. This group that wants some of our money, number one. Not number 4, not number 5, who needs help, but number 1. I wonder what profit they made this year, or actually last year. If they're number 1, that means they made a killing of a profit. Wouldn't you say? I mean, they must have been done pretty good. Number 1. That means that they made more money, more profit than anyone else in that business. So does that mean you're going to give all this money to number 2 and number 3 and number 4 and number 5 if they want to come? Because would that be fair to give it to number 1? That's all I have to say. Number 1, there you go.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Alan Ditmore, and economic incentives are being debated on at every level of government. And it's one area where I think I agree with the conservatives, voiced by Mitt Romney, is picking winners and losers. That you're taxing other businesses and residences more. You could use this money to cut taxes across the board, and I don't see any particular reason to focus the incentive on one business when it could be spread among all the businesses, all the jobs, and the residences. The main concern, though, I have is for VMTs, vehicle miles traveled and commuting, is that if a state or a country does economic incentives, the jobs are pretty sure to go to those residents of the state or the country. But if a city does it, and you might have written this in, I could be wrong, I could have missed this, but the city doesn't, the jobs don't have to go to city residents. They can go to suburban people who commute in. And And I feel that that smart growth involves not only permitting more residences here in the city to reduce commuting distances, but also to encourage the jobs to be out in the suburbs. And if the jobs are inside the city limit, that's not really where the jobs are needed. The jobs are needed in the suburbs. And and even if there's unemployed people in the city, most of the jobs of this type and this pay and this skill level, I think, are going to go to suburban people who will commute in, and the main effect on the city will be traffic. So it's very handy because cities have a reputation for being liberal, and liberals have a reputation for being difficult for business. And if business wants to move the jobs overseas, that's a problem. But if they want to move the jobs to the suburbs, well, that's where a lot of the workers are. And that's where a lot of them can save gas on commuting and pollute less and use less tires and create less traffic. So if cities tax and regulate jobs, and the jobs are then in the suburbs, well, city people can still reverse commute, but not nearly as many people are reverse commuting as forward commuting. And I think you can just go ahead, just go ahead and tax and regulate businesses in the city, and what you'll do is encourage them to be where the workers are, which is mostly in the suburbs. Thanks.
All right. Anyone else wishing to address council on public hearing item A, 1 and 2 issues?
Evening. Mayor Bellamy and members of the council, I'm Peter Krause with PLI. I'm our Chief Sales and Marketing Officer. On behalf of our 256 employees, I want to come by and just thank you for your support with our expansion. PLI, if you're not familiar, is currently the world's largest manufacturer of hotel key cards and retail gift cards, as well as a leading specialty printer. The expansion at hand will invest over $4 million to expanding our physical existing location, in addition to new equipment, and in the process we're also creating 46 new jobs, which we're very excited about for the community. In addition to the physical expansion that we're doing, we've actually recently acquired a 44,000 square foot additional building in the Sweeten Creek Industrial Park, which we're actually just putting out a press release on today. That, in combination with the physical expansion we're doing of our existing space, we hope certainly recognizes the commitment we have to the Asheville area. And we're also very proud to announce that when we announced the expansion, we had actually anticipated adding about 40 some odd jobs. Before the expansion, we've already added 46. So we're anticipating actually now adding potentially 80 new jobs to the area once we complete the expansion and everything else that we're doing. Appreciate your support. Couldn't do it without you, and just want to come and say thank you.
All right.
All right.
Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing for public comment, and council will bring it back in. I do need 2 motions for us to approve the economic development incentive, and item 2, I need a motion for the budget amendment. And I do want to say that I'm supportive of a motion supporting the incentive grant. I think PLI, if we look over the years that they've been in the city of Asheville, we have watched them grow. I mean, they were a locally based company. I just came from a hotel this past weekend, and I was happy to turn over the cards and tell the group I was with, take your cards home, ask for another key, lose that key, take it with you as well, because it adds jobs in our community. And they've always committed to paying above a livable wage, making sure that people know that they're not just paying minimum wage. And I think that's important, and we have local people expanding this company who believe in our local economy, and we're really proud of them, or I'm really proud of them. So is there a motion? Councilman Davis?
Yes, I'd like to echo that sentiment. In visiting PLI, and we've been there with their open house when they first expanded, and you look around, you see friends and neighbors working there, and it's a great working environment. It's great to have industry of that type expand in the community. I'm very pleased to move that we approve the resolution authorizing an economic development incentive grant for Plastic Card Lock Deck International not to exceed $67,000.
Is there a second?
I'd like to second the motion and make a brief comment about it. This is a $4.6 million investment in our community, at least 42 jobs, maybe as many as 80. I don't know if PLI has locations in other cities or not. We're the base. Well, it's much appreciated that you're going to continue to grow and consolidate that here in Asheville and make that long-term commitment to us. I know that there's been talk among smaller businesses and smaller manufacturing groups around, well, hey, I mean, these incentives are going to some of these big players, and how do we get involved in this? And Councilman Pelley and I were discussing it just earlier today, and I know Councilman Hunt's been interested in it as well. And I think that it's something that we're all interested in trying to figure out is how are we going to be able to be able to stimulate our smaller local businesses as well. One thing I always like to point out when we do this is this money is a rebate. So this is tax money that wouldn't have existed otherwise, that PLI will pay, and 75% of that will get rebated to them. 25% will stay with the city. This is tax money that wouldn't be generated otherwise without the expansion. So there's no payment of taxpayer dollars. There's a rebate of the dollars that they're creating for a defined period of time that ends, and then 100% comes to the city and is distributed to all the taxpayers of the city of Asheville through our city services. So I always like to kind of make that clear. Everybody's going to see this happen, and Plastic Card becomes this part of the community, and we kind of help them get to this next level. So I'd like to say that. And then as far as talking to smaller businesses around that, there's ideas, how can we build some coalitions, how can we get the Brewers Alliance together, or the Crafting Alliance, or an Artist Guild together to be able to come together to make this kind of big investment, this big guaranteed investment in our community, and this big guarantee of job creation within our community so we can respond in an organized way as a city. It's hard, as you see, it's $4.6 million, and they're getting a $67,000 incentive here. So you can see that the ratio is fairly striking. So you have to get to a big number to get this smaller number as far as our incentives package goes. So I'm just throwing that out there to let you know that this is a discussion we're having right now. And if you have ideas about how we can get from where we are to a place where we can better support smaller local industry, please let us know.
Councilman Bothwell?
I would make a contrary argument, and that is that for the 5 years that there is an incentive paid out, all the other taxpayers in the city are paying for services for that business that the business is not paying. So it is costing other taxpayers. Every business that comes before us wanting an incentive says they're committed to our community. I think if you're committed to the community, you don't need to come looking for charity. I can't support this. It's not a transformative project. I think that if PLI is doing great, that's wonderful. I'm glad to see it. I always leave my key cards because I don't want to waste plastic. I hope they reuse them. But I'm glad you're making out. I'm glad it's, you're doing good business. I'm glad it's good for the community, but I don't see any reason why we should give a tax incentive to PLI.
All right. Any other comments from council? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-1. Is there an additional motion, please? I need a motion for the budget amendment.
I move that we approve the budget amendment as presented by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions or comments from council? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-1. The next order of business, public hearing B, public hearing to consider an amendment to Biltmore Park Town Center sign package. Shannon Tuck will begin the presentation. Welcome, Ms. Tuck.
Thank you, Mayor Bellamy, members of council.
I do need to announce something. The city clerk gave me a note to mention that due to the volume of the bid, it has crashed our laptops, so staff will be using overhead projectors to provide the information to council going forward. Thank you, Ms. Tuck.
As the mayor has indicated, this next item on the agenda is an amendment to the 2007 sign package plan for the Biltmore Park Town Square Urban Village Development. For a little bit of orientation, if we could just maybe pull out just a little bit. Thank you. The property that's highlighted here in red is the core of the urban village at Biltmore Park Town Square, most easily accessed from Schenck Parkway, located here, that runs into the heart of the development. Schenck is located off Long Shoals Road with easy access to Interstate 26 running here. Just to provide a little bit of background, in 2007, the property owner and applicant Biltmore Farms, along with the Crossland Development Group, submitted a comprehensive signage plan to meet the needs of the new Biltmore Park Town Square urban village development. With two notable exceptions, the plan was adopted and has been incrementally applied as the buildings have been constructed and been occupied. As described in the staff report, the plan was very comprehensive and covered a great variety of signage, including directional signage, traffic control signage, tenant identification signage, both for major tenants as well as minor tenants, and project identity signage, both along the entrance, the gateway into the development, as well as along the interstate in this vicinity. The two exceptions that were not supported in 2007 included a rooftop identity sign and some retail tenant identification signage to be located on the back of the parking structure, as well as the back of the movie theater, respectively. This is an identical request to what is being proposed tonight, at least part of the request being proposed tonight. So I just wanted to mention that that was originally proposed in 2007. In 2009, an amendment to the signage plan was submitted that resulted in some redesigned monument signage for the gateway into the development, a new and larger project identity sign along the interstate. So originally in 2007, a 350 square foot project identity sign was approved and installed. In 2009, Biltmore Farms requested a much larger sign. If you were to box the letters, it's approximately 600 square feet. The whole sign with the backing is a little over 800 square feet. Also part of that request in 2009 was a very large temporary banner that was approximately 625 square feet. And when I say temporary, it was not so temporary. It stayed up for about a year and a half. And that banner sort of announced and advertised the development and kind of just identified the different amenities to the site: condos, apartments, restaurants, shopping, things of that nature. And that, as I mentioned, stayed up for about a year and a half. Overall, the amount and the types of signage provided for through the plan and its amendment are comparable to what would normally be allowed by our code. But there are a few cases where the general signage allowances were increased to accommodate the unique features, operations, and the unique economy of the center. The current request being proposed tonight, which is a separate new amendment, is two parts. The first part is for office tenant signage, which was not contemplated very well in the original application. The buildings that are highlighted or have the yellow stars on them here, 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 and here are the four mixed-use buildings that have a significant amount of office space or office tenant space. The request is to allow up to, a number of office tenant identification signs for those four buildings. Additionally, the other half of the request is for the retail tenant identification to be located here along the back of the parking structure and here on one of the side facade of the movie theater, with visibility from the interstate. The first part of the request related to the office signage I think is best illustrated with some photographs. This is building 2B, and just to kind of orient you again, here is building 2B as you enter the development. This is taken from the main square looking kind of at the corner, and this is where the new Orvis Retail has recently located, and you can see that the facades kind of radiating from that corner are fairly substantial. We're 3-4 stories at this point, quite large. These four buildings are between 60 and 75,000 square feet. The back of that building, and this is the corner of P.F. Chang's to give you some orientation, you can see one of the existing office tenant signs. That's for Thermo Fisher Scientific. What Biltmore Farms would like to do is be able to add a second office identification sign on that same facade further up closer to the corner. As you round the facade, around the corner of that building, you might get a third office tenant sign. And you can kind of see how you would have two signs potentially on one side and a third sign on another facade. So the request is for no more than 3 signs per building for office uses. Each sign would be not more than 125 square feet, and no more than 2 per one facade. So you won't get all 3 on one facade. They'll be distributed across the building. Additionally, while not, I believe, needing any additional office signage at this point in time, but hopefully in the future, the other 3 buildings that we identified, Building 7C is another one of the mixed-use buildings that currently houses the University of Phoenix. This is the same building, just for a point of reference, that has the Bricks Pizza restaurant. Similarly, we have one town square where the current Beverly Hanks offices are located, up closer to the main square, and then across the street, 2 town square, where there are some smaller office tenant spaces, in addition to a number of retailers. So again, this would be to allow up to 3 office tenant signs, 125 square feet each, no more than 2 per facade, but 3 total. The other half of the request relates to the retail tenant signage. This is a photograph that's been submitted by the applicant that shows the side of the development that is visible from the interstate. It's a little bit difficult to see on the photograph, but this is the Biltmore Park Town Square identity sign. The request is to have 2 different groupings of 4 retail tenant signs to be located at one location to the right of the Biltmore Park identity sign, and then to the left on this other indented facade of the movie theater. Each grouping of signs would have 4 panels, 1 for each tenant. The letters would be no taller than 4 feet tall. The overall size of the sign cannot be determined either per panel or overall, because the font types and the names of the tenants can determine, based on the height of the letters, will determine the overall square footage. So the overall square footage is not part of the limitation. The limiting factor is the height of the letter, and then, of course, the space that's available on the structure. So here is a rendering. It's a little bit difficult to read. It's a little bit grainy, but I think if you look closely, maybe we can zoom in a little. Try to center it as we zoom in. I think that's pretty good. So the intent is to place the retailer tenant identification sign kind of on the different levels of the parking structure. And then again, you can kind of see sort of indicated here another stacked number of retail tenants. Staff has reviewed this request in the context of the existing sign code, the original signage plan standards, and the urban village purpose statement and standards, and the city's comprehensive plan. And we feel very comfortable supporting the office tenant signage. We feel that the signage doesn't overwhelm the architecture of the building. It's aesthetically appropriate. It provides appropriate identification and wayfinding for the people visiting the development. And we think that it's consistent with those plans and policies. More concerning, however, is the request for the retail tenant signage. And the basis of this concern is related to primarily that the nature of the signage changes. When you move it from the structure or the building on which the business is located to another area off-site, particularly an area that is a high visibility corridor adjacent to an interstate. But the nature of the signage changes. It's no longer about identification, it's about advertising or recognition. So for the people traveling on the interstate, they'll recognize that there's an REI or an Orvis or Barnes & Noble or what have you, and they'll remember that and be able to visit the center at a later date. And that the other half of that concern is that by considering or granting this request, the city may be opening itself up to similar requests from other developers or property owners. I can tell you in my experience, this is a very common request. People really, everybody wants identification along the interstate, and we primarily achieve that through our off-site or our off-premise advertising on billboards. So that's what we try to direct people to. The other concern is that the signage is somewhat contrary to the stated purpose of allowing signage plans, which asks for creativity in addressing pedestrian orientation, wayfinding, things of that nature, and also somewhat contrary to the purpose and intent of the urban village zoning, which is about creating a strong character and a strong sense of place for Asheville. The support for the very large project identity sign, the Biltmore Park Town Square sign that's visible here, part of the support for that very large sign was to kind of help identify the center as that special place in which there's a lot of retailers that we hope that people will visit. Whether this is appropriate given our current economy or other practices is kind of a different, I think is a different matter, but apparently not so consistent with those stated purposes at this time. Should council wish to consider retail tenant signage as an option, we would recommend that the matter be continued to allow for a redesigned option that is perhaps less substantial in number and size, and that may be better coordinated with existing signage. We felt that this was some of this is a little awkward, kind of feels a little bit heavy on the structure. Maybe there's a way to kind of redesign it to be a little bit more harmonious. Also, that would be a good opportunity to see if there are some other design standards related to materials or style or things of that nature that could also be incorporated into its approval. That concludes my introduction, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or you may wish to hear from the applicant.
All right. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for public comment and see if there's a representative from the development. If you can just state your name for the record.
My name is Paul Zurich. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Biltmore Farm. Mayor Bell and me, council members, thank you for having me here tonight. I appreciate Shannon's presentation of the materials, and I can only suggest that, her thoughts and Judy's thoughts are in good faith, but the difference in their perspective and ours is really one of viewpoint. And I'll try to go to a classic book that hopefully we all have read, Yertle the Turtle by Dr. Seuss. The story is a stack of turtles that are, stacked up on top of each other. From higher up in the stack, you get to see fields and forests and all kinds of nice things. But down at the bottom of the stack, you've got this turtle named Mac who's groveling around in the mud and, trying to sustain the whole stack. And ultimately the stack falls because the people higher up in the stack can't see the struggles on the ground. And, when we started off with the sign package, we requested this type of ability because it's pretty easy to foresee that major retailers, when they are trying to locate a store, want to make sure that people know where they are. It's about identification, not about advertising. They want to know where they're located. But it's equally important for a center that has significant retail components for the consumer to identify this is a retail center. And I won't repeat everything that I put in the memorandum, but there are some great things about Biltmore Park Town Square, and it has done some wonderful things from an economic development and a placemaking standpoint, but it is clearly hard to identify from the interstate as a place where there's a significant retail component. And experience on the ground suggests that this type of signage is needed. It's become even more important as a result of the severe recession we've had, where retailers have become risk averse, and we've had several comments about we just can't go someplace where we aren't sure that the traveling public is aware that this is a retail place. It's got to be compared to places like the Target Power Center at Airport Road, where people can see all the signage from the interstate, or even Asheville Mall, where both from Tunnel Road and from I-240, individual retailer signs are visible. I disagree with the concept that allowing us to do this would open the door up to others. This is one project. It's all bound together by covenants and restrictions. It's under common ownership. I would say it's more like the Lyman Street property where they allowed, a couple of weeks ago, they allowed a property to have signage on one street even though the shops were on another street, or comparable to the church that the Board of Adjustment just allowed to have signage on two streets because they had people going by two thoroughfares. That's the situation that we're in here. I think there's a significant impact to the city. I mean, we just talked about PLI and their incentive. Well, we're not asking for any money from the city, but, you know, as we complete leasing out the retail, that's another 150 or so retail jobs available, probably another $18 million of property value by the time the income is applied to the cap rate, as the gentleman from the tax collectors talked about today. And, you know, that's $90,000 to $100,000 a year of additional property tax revenue, could more than pay for the PLI incentive. And, you know, probably another $2.4 million of sales tax revenue for the area, in addition to a greater share of that for the city. I do think it's a little bit hard, and I'll pass around some actual photos so maybe you can...
Just hand it to Maggie. Thank you.
And we've tried to do it three different ways, but, you know, these are photoshopped images. As you look at these sets of photos, we've tried to do them in different ways. I would encourage you to look at the Hilton sign and the Regal sign, which are actual signs. That's what the ultimate signs will look like. They won't look like the photoshopped images. Those are just there to try to give a sense of space, and there's really no good way to do it otherwise. You know, we've got a lot in this project. We've been very careful with the aesthetics of everything so far. We're not going to put signs on there that look bad, and so I think, you know, we should be, given what we've done so far here, I think we should be trusted to do the signs correctly with the 4-foot high letter restriction. I guess I also respectfully disagree as to whether this is creative or not. First of all, I think the whole project is extremely creative. We've done on 42 acres what would normally take about 125 acres of land compared to typical city development. We put $38 million into parking decks, and you guys know how much it costs when you guys have to put a parking deck into downtown, and what the negative cash flow is for several years, as you'll incur on some of the parking decks you put in recently. You know, we've got to pay for that ourselves, and we've got to have the retailers be able to be successful to do that, successful to the level related to that additional investment. This is dead space on this parking deck and on the big yellow side of this movie theater, and you know, some well-done signage there will activate it, make it look, frankly, have a little bit more urban character. So I know these things are hard decisions. We care very much about the image of Asheville, and we respectfully disagree with Shannon and Judy, and we hope that you will grant us the sign amendment that we've requested so that we can continue to see Biltmore Park Town Square grow the economic base of the city and grow it even more than it's capable of doing right now. And again, there's no cost to the city for doing this. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Any other members of the community wishing to address council on this issue? All right, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council, any questions, comments, or a motion?
Question.
Councilman Hunt?
Ms. Tuck, I think I heard you say that staff might recommend that the signage be taken care of with the placement of a billboard instead. Can you talk a little more about the feasibility of that, or?
Well, there are billboards in the vicinity along Interstate 26 in both directions. So for those motorists, you know, we would, you know, hope that they could consider a billboard that would, you know, advertise the whole center with perhaps identifying specifically some of those retailers.
Is there a scenario where this would add billboards on the interstate, either on this property or other property?
No, they would utilize existing billboards.
Thank you.
Councilman Bothwell?
I move to approve the signage on buildings within Biltmore Park, but not to approve the off-site tenant signage along the interstate.
We can't open this attachment, so I can't remember if it's set out separately or together.
This was one application, but I think it's a good idea to separate the tenant signage from the retail signage.
So it's a two-part motion to approve the interior signage and disapprove the exterior.
That was my motion, yes.
Second.
And I'm going to ask for a bifurcation of the votes so that we're dealing with the two different sign packages requested separately, as
I'll
opposed
make
to
two separate motions
You
then?
want to do tenant first?
do tenant first and then do the other one.
Okay, I'll amend my motion. I move to approve the signage on buildings within Biltmore Park, tenant signage within Biltmore Park.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further questions on that particular motion?
I have a question
Yes.
for Mr. Zurich. Mr. Zurich, if you could, can you tell us how much of your retail space is currently occupied? And
75% of the retail space, which is, if you saw the memo I sent out, that compares to the non-transient uses like office, which are at 98% occupancy, and apartments, which are at 99% occupancy. And for those transient uses like theater and hotel that, do have signage visible to the real estate, there's a material improvement in performance relative to those uses like the other retail that don't have that, that are underperforming. So there are significant, implications for the urban village model by not enabling retail identification signage to be here.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm getting at is it's your assertion that if council were to approve the signage that you've requested, that you would get that occupancy rate to what?
I believe we'd get it to 92 to 95%.
Thanks.
Ms. Tucker, I have a question. On Patton Avenue, in the Best Buy shopping center, there's Ashley's Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond, and I think they have individual signs on their building. And isn't it also a comprehensive sign?
You mean Tunnel Road?
Yeah, I said Patton, but Tunnel Road.
Okay.
Isn't it one big sign also outside the center, right where you turn right?
There may be. The way the multi-tenant signage allowance works is that you get a freestanding multi-tenant sign, and then based on the linear that advertises everybody or the whole development, and then you get individual tenant signage based on the linear frontage of the face of that building. So if you're a large box, you have a lot of face, and so you get a better allowance than if you're a tiny little unit in the strip center. So it could be that they have both. I can't picture the freestanding sign, but I can certainly picture the attached tenant signage.
I think if we think about going down Tunnel Road and we see the buildings actually have a sign, but also going into this subsection of the parking lot in the facility, there's also a sign, because I think TJ Maxx Ross also have a sign right beside Chick-fil-A. And then if we look going on Hendersonville Road, there's the same thing in that little urban village for Gerber Village, where there's the tenants have signs.
Multi-tenant signage is very common. I mean, we have lots of multi-tenant developments. The purpose of the multi-tenant signage, the freestanding signage at the street, is to advertise the shopping center, typically. Now, the way people distribute those allowances, more and more national brand retailers are asking for more and more of that space on that sign, and so those retailers are kind of dominating the sign. But the intent is to advertise the shopping center, and then within the shopping center, you advertise the space. The attached signage is meant to indicate where the Best Buy is or where the Ashley Furniture is, so you know which door to go in. So that's how it's supposed to work. There is a freestanding multi-tenant sign as you enter Biltmore Park Town Square up at close to Long Shoals. That is a multi-tenant sign as you enter into the property. And then, of course, there's quite a bit of attached signage, particularly for the major anchors that get 200 square feet, which is a good bit more than what we normally give single-tenant retailers.
Okay. All right, so we do have a motion for the signs inside the development on the buildings. Any further questions from council? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Is there a second motion for the signs outside?
Comment.
Yes, Councilman Davis.
A few questions and comments and perhaps a motion. This is an interesting project because we've been involved with it since the beginning, and Mr. Zurich clearly pointed out that they've been successful in some of the things with this urban village that we wanted them to be. The retail has not done as well. The living and the things that are happening there, and I think any of us that go there will find that it's a great place to go. And I think that as a partner, and we have been a partner with them since the beginning of this thing, I would like to see it succeed, and I understand where he's coming from. If you do not attract retail or larger retail occupants, then the smaller ones have a tough time going alone. So in order to help this out, they're asking for identification that we would not normally expect to see on an urban village, and also the beginning of your project there, it was geared to pedestrian use and living inside the village, but it has been an experiment to see if that urban village would be as successful as we hoped it would be. There's been parking created, there's been a lot of things we've asked them to do, and at this point it looks like they're coming back asking for some help on it. I have a little bit of a problem when I look and see the amount of signage that's in the Photoshop pictures, and it's difficult to imagine, and I heard Shannon say, should we go that direction, that staff would need some time to look at the size of the signage and would come back with that, and I think there's some opportunities here. I don't want to, because we don't like the sign package and we're looking to say this is unusual, that this doesn't fit the models we got out there. This village doesn't fit the models we got out there. So I think that the opportunity to be of help would be good. I'd like to see it be successful, get the retail component up to where it really should be, and if they're needing that to make that happen, I think that's good. I would not want to, from this table, look at putting signage up that makes it look like billboards from now on. So if there was a way of looking at reasonably sized signs that would accomplish what Mr. Zurich's asking of the urban village, and have an amortized period that they could see how that works, to be successful at driving the occupancy up, but ultimately goes away when it is successful in this economy, when that urban village is successful in its retail occupancy. If there would be a way that we could allow signage that fits the need, and then when it gets that occupancy up to say the bottom figure that you had, the 92%, and say that we had a 5-year period for it to achieve that. Once that occupancy is there, is there a possibility that we could have had the signs up long enough for them to have been successful, at that point they sunset? Is that something that can be done?
May I address that, Councilor Davis? I don't think we will be able to attract retailers if the signage goes away. The retailers that that are out there that have said we can't come there without signage, if the signage goes away as soon as we hit a certain occupancy, because they're looking at consumer behavior, and it's the same reason that billboards don't really work, Councilman Hunt. And part of this may be the recession, that people just kind of have their heads down, but part of it is behavior that's been around for, as long as we've had any developments with retail in them, is that, the consumer likes to associate, needs to associate the availability of certain products and services with an actual physical location. And the retailers understand that. They understand that when it's clear that a place has that retail ecosystem, they do better than in places where they don't. And if we're going to make an urban village model work and support the park index and everything, we've got to be able to have that identification signage as long as we have an urban village there. With all due respect, sir. Thank you for your creative thinking.
Councilman Hunt and Councilman Smith.
I feel like we've got too much signage in this city overall, in county, and I look at other communities that have tighter controls, and I want to be more like that. I do think that the Biltmore Park Town Center was very much, the first of a kind, and I hope that we can move to urban village development around here as opposed to sprawl development. And so I'm very appreciative of the commitment that Biltmore Farms made to trying that. I think we're in a period where we're learning as we go, and it's predictable that we might have to resort things occasionally. I look at this situation, and if we knew at the outset 5 years ago what the realities of attracting retail consumers in there would be, given the development plan, and we're able to intelligently relate that to a sign strategy, we might have done something very different back then, and we might not need adjustments along the way. But again, this is the first time we've done that. It seems to me that with increased signage visible from the interstate for a few of the retailers here, that is done in an aesthetically quality way, that this place still doesn't become an overwhelmingly garish place when it comes to signage predomination of a development. We've got other places, we got many other places in our city, malls and strip malls and so on, that are much worse, if you will, in my view, aesthetically, and what this community needs. Speaking in terms of, is there some adjustment to the proposal that is made here that we might consider and perhaps direct staff to work with the developer on? It's something that when I came out, because I needed to see it on the ground and met with you, Mr. Zurich, I mentioned it that day. It seems to me that the 2009 adjustment of the Biltmore Park Town Square to, I think, from 300 or so square feet to 510 was an effort to attract folks off the interstate and the transient retail customer, as was suggested. And it appears that that's not working really well, that people don't see Biltmore Park Town Center and identify that as a place to go to Orvis or other retailers. And I wonder about an approach that would modify the scale of that size downward and allow for the retail identification for the interstate, so that we don't have one experiment that didn't work out so great and now we're adding more square footage to do it. That we try to manage the overall square footage and image out there so that it's as moderate as it could be. And when I mentioned that to you, Mr. Zurich, the other day, I know it didn't sound appealing, but it seems that council is searching for some way to work through this in an acceptable way. So I'd appreciate feedback from other council members on that. And Mr. Zurich, you're welcome to come in as well. Thank you.
Councilman Smith was next.
I'm going to hold off for now. Thank you.
Councilman Pelley.
Councilman Hunt, so do I hear you right that you're suggesting substituting the project identity sign for what's proposed here today? Removing that and in that space using...
Well, the identification of the overall place seems important and relevant, so I'm not suggesting that. And I think this could be put back to staff to work with the developer on to figure out what might be a reasonable approach to balance things a little bit.
I'll go ahead and take a shot now. I just need one
Councilman Smith.
second. Thanks. Jan, I really appreciate what you had to say about this being an experiment that we're all partners in some form and fashion, trying to figure out how to make it work and not wanting to turn it into some garish sort of thing either, and also recognizing that there is all this kind of square footage and bare wall and bare parking garage facing the interstate anyway. Getting that retail occupancy up to something where we can kind of declare success with this experiment is something that's important to me and important to the goals of forming this partnership in the first place. Is doing what we can as a body to make sure that they're as successful as possible. So I'd like to support moving forward with the external sign package as well, but to be able to ask staff to work with Mr. Zurich and the designers to, obviously these are not aesthetically pleasing things that you've brought us here today, but these are not what the signs would look like. So we're having to use our imaginations. That makes it difficult to make good decisions regarding aesthetics, of course, because we're all sitting here imagining different things as far as what that might look like. So I'd like to, I don't know if this is a motion or simply seeking nods, but I'll seek staff's input on that. But to be able to kind of further direct staff to work with the developer to come up with a more accurate representation of what this sign package might look like, to be able to bring back to us. I don't know if that's a motion or a direction. I'd like to make that, that is my motion, that staff work with Mr. Zurich and Biltmore Farms to create exterior signage for the Biltmore Park Town Square that could support the success of the retail occupancy and win the support of the majority of Asheville City Council.
Second.
I have a process question. If we go down that road and staff is going to work with the property owner /developer and it's going to be acceptable, then why would it have to come back before council? If it wouldn't get there unless it was acceptable to staff and the developer. So why should it have to come back before council?
Just to clarify, I'm not sure if the intent is to ask for a redesigned signage plan or just to simply do better Photoshop images.
Understood. What I would like to see is what does the signage actually look like, so we can make some accurate decisions from this dais.
But to come back to council for their final approval.
I'm open to discussion as far as that goes.
I'm in agreement with the mayor. I don't feel it necessary to review it again. If I'm okay if we give adequate direction to staff to work with the developer and coming up with something more.
Well, in giving adequate direction, it would be helpful to certainly open any amendments regarding
I think you're
what that
saying
might
make
be.
it look nice. Is that what you're saying?
Right, which seems a little loosey-goosey if you ask me.
Yeah, it's a little concerning from my perspective, like at what point is nice good enough? So it's, I think either we need some parameters or perhaps have final approval at council.
Councilman Bothwell.
Yeah, I have a problem with handing off a variance to staff. I'm not even sure we can do that, but also it does open us up to the idea that we're going to, in the future, allow staff to decide whether or not off-premises signage could be allowed. I mean, and that's what that's the bridge we're crossing here, this is off-premises.
Yeah, I was under the impression that the request was, Councilman Smith, was that the developer would work with staff on an acceptable package for staff, that staff can approve, and that would be brought back to council for further consideration and approval. And Councilman Bothwell is correct. Since this is a variance request, you cannot delegate that responsibility to city staff.
And I appreciate the clarification. Thank you, Councilman Bothwell, and I'm comfortable with it returning to council after staff and Mr. Zurich have had time to work out the case.
Mr. Pelly, and then we're going to go to Mr. Zurich.
Mayor, just stepping back a little bit, but it's been the policy of our city over the past several years to kind of step away from encouraging more billboards. And I think in many ways this is analogous to size and content of what billboards would be doing. Several years ago, we instituted a policy of 3-to-1 trade for electronic billboards and for standard billboards. And then earlier this year, we instituted a policy of no more electronic billboards within the city limits. And I think we have to remember that staff has come to us and said that they do not believe that this proposal fits and that they're not supportive of it. So I believe that the developer needs to come back to council with another proposal that council should consider and make a decision on. And I think that's the direction we need to go.
Councilman Davis. I'm sorry, I said Mr. Zurich, and then see what he had to add.
In terms of what the actual signs would look like, the city does have standards for how these things appear. The Regal sign and the Hilton sign are consistent with those standards. If you would look at that, that is the quality of the signage that these signs would look like when they are actual signs and not photoshopped. And so there are those standards to be consistent with. It would be 4-foot high letters. Everything else would have to be consistent with the city standards that are reflected in the Hilton signs, in the Hilton sign, and the Regal Cinema sign. So I apologize that for a variety of reasons I didn't have the time and the resources to actually go out and take signs of comparable pictures of comparable signs and Photoshop those onto this, but they would look like the Regal and the Hilton signage. And so I think you can get a sense that they're not going to be garish, they're not going to be ugly. They're going to basically just help identify the intensive retail component of this urban village, which is a key part of the ecosystem, without which this type of property is just not going to function. Thank you.
Councilman Davis.
I was pretty clear that I heard Shannon in her initial report say that if we elected to move forward with this second part of the motion, that they would need time to look at size and the actual requirements that would happen before these signs would go up. So I think it's pretty clear, Mr. Zurich, that there's a pretty divided group of us here, and I think that it would probably be worth the opportunity of re-looking at where we are. And I think you might need to consider a smaller signage than 4-foot tall letters for those other signs. So if you would have an interest in talking to staff about bringing back a little less billboard-like package, I think it would have some opportunities. Otherwise, I'm not sure where we're going to go with it.
Councilman Hunt? No?
As with everything, we serve at your collective pleasure, and so if you want us to go back and try to work out something along those lines with staff, we will do it with all the due diligence with which we pursued this project from the beginning, and we would appreciate your at least considering it that far, and we'll try to take it from there. Thank you.
And I'm not sure that there's the desire of this group to have that happen, but I think that I did hear her say that if there's enough agreement that they could try for another round among us, then that would be a possibility.
Well, I would hope that we wouldn't send it back without at least 4 people wanting that to happen, because I think it'll be a waste of staff's time and Mr. Zurich's time, and so that'd be wasting money. So if it's not going to happen if it comes back, and we know that, let's just go ahead and save the time.
And I believe you've got a pending motion on the table.
We do. And I just want to make sure that we're going to vote on that motion, that we don't want to waste people's time.
Could you repeat the motion?
The motion is that staff work with Mr. Zurich to bring us back an accurate representation of the sign renderings that are within the code for city council consideration.
And was there a second?
Yes.
Just for clarification, Councilman Smith, I think you said a better what you're interested in is a better representation, and
Correct.
others seem to be
Correct.
interested in, something more expansive in terms of reconsideration.
Right, and my intention here with this is I'm one that I believe we're going to get to something that's going to be appropriate, and we can help support Biltmore Park Town Square and getting to a successful occupancy rate in this, and but that it's clear the council wants to kind of see what they're going to be asking. So. Well,
Mayor, I'm supportive of. I'm very hopeful we can get to an arrangement that meets these needs as well. If you'd entertain an amendment to your motion to allow it to be more expansive in terms of size of lettering, as Councilman Davis suggested, and relating to the existing signage, and just have it be a little more open in terms of staff's latitude to discuss this with the developer, and so that perhaps a more creative approach solution could be brought back to us.
Can you boil that down into some language? I'm happy to entertain the amendment.
Yeah.
Do you have a suggestion?
Well, I have a substantive question about your motion. You said to bring back design within the code. Within the code wouldn't need a variance. We're talking about allowing off-premises signs. We're talking about a variance. And so saying to bring back something within the code gives staff instructions that can't be.
You make a good point. And I apologize for misstating that.
Yeah.
For staff to be able to work with the developer to return something that can meet the acceptability of 4 members of council, the majority of council.
That would be an acceptable phrasing of the motion to me, so I'll drop my suggestion for an amendment.
Apologize to whoever's keeping notes over here for having to shift that language.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Daniels.
Judy Daniel, Planning Director. Just for one little more clarification. I'm hearing your intent is that you do philosophically want to work with this developer for a modification to their sign package that is more aesthetically representative of what you intended with this project, and yet supports their retail. And that should include the ability for the staff to work with them on options for modifications to how the signage is presented, size, coloring, etc. Is that what you're hearing? I'm hearing? Okay.
And that's okay with everyone? The phrasing.
The clarity is there.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-1. Timing, do we know when that's coming back? How much time do you need? Ms. Daniel, how much time?
Mr. Zurich, staff is, except, it's a minimal
I believe we can be back here in about a month.
A month? Okay. We just need to know so we can plan for the agenda item.
And thank you.
All right, council, we usually go to a break in 5 minutes, so I was thinking that we'll just go ahead and do our break and then come back and do the last public hearing. We do have some items to address in closed session.
Okay.
And if that's okay to council, because I don't think we'll get anything accomplished in 5 minutes. Is it okay?
We'll do closed session now?
We'll do closed session right now.
Okay. Mayor, move that Asheville City Council go into closed session for the following reason. 1, to establish or instruct the city staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the city in negotiating the terms of a contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease. The location of the property is 80 through 91 Riverside Drive. The statutory authorization is contained in GS 143-318.11A5. Second reason, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or initial employment of an individual prospective public officer or employee. Statutory authorization is contained in GS 143.318.11A3, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is confidential pursuant to GS 160A-168, the Personnel Privacy Act. Statutory authorization is contained in GS 143-318.11A6. Third, to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged and confidential pursuant to the laws of North Carolina or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. The law that makes the information privileged and confidential is NCGS 143-318.10E. Statutory authorization is contained in NCGS 143-318.11A1.
Mayor, I intend to second that. I just wanted to ask if we were going to set a time limit on this portion of the closed session before returning back, or if we're planning on covering it all.
No, as we always do, we're going to just do 20, 25 minutes at the very most.
And then we may continue with the closed session. Okay, second.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Good evening. I'd like to call the Asheville City Council back to order for October the 9th, 2012. I do want to let you all know we continued our closed session, so we will go back into closed session as soon as this meeting is adjourned. The next public hearing this evening is public hearing C, the continuation of a public hearing to consider a municipal service district for downtown Asheville Business Improvement District. We'll call on Sasha Vertinsky to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sasha Vertinsky. I'm the project manager for the Downtown Master Plan. At the June 12th public hearing, City Council made comments, requests, and asked the interim board to examine those issues on the proposed district. And they did that. Tonight, the interim board for the Business Improvement District is here to present their revised proposal. Peter Alvarez, co-chair of the interim board, will be making the presentation, and I'll be happy to help answer any questions afterwards.
And before we hear from Mr. Alvarez, Council, this is a continuation, as Mr. Bertunsky has stated, of the previous public hearing. And so before opening it up for public comment, I do want to ask the pleasure of Council to see if we're going to continue the public hearing and if you would like it to be a full hour. And so because we've continued it, that's why it's listed on the public hearings, I want to know the pleasure of Council before we begin this process. Yes.
Mayor, I think in the earlier session when we started the hearing, we made the commitment that we would take additional public comment because we anticipated that the structure of this thing might change. So I do think we should take public comment. I would suggest to the audience that if you said something last time, please consider not saying the same thing again. You know, I think Council has heard lots of input, both in the earlier session and through email and discussion and so on. So I'm hoping for efficiency, and an hour would seem reasonable to me this time.
All right. I just want to make sure I have the consensus of Council to outline the parameters of our conversation.
I'm in agreement.
Okay. We'll open a public hearing for public comment at this time. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bellamy and members of Asheville City Council. My name is Peter Alvarez. I am a downtown resident and property owner, and I'm here to make a presentation tonight to give you an overview of the work that the interim board of directors for the Business Improvement District has done over the summer.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Our system has crashed, and so I'm not sure if there'll be I'm not sure if they'll be able to pull it up. Did they load it on the
Toggle
computer?
switch.
If you'll give us just a minute, we're going to see if they loaded it on the computer.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
As you know, downtown Asheville had a very lively history from the early 1900s to the 1960s, and like most American cities, suffered some level of economic decline between the 1960s and the 1980s. And in the case of Asheville, starting in the mid to the latter part of the 1980s, City Council and private developers worked together to develop some key projects downtown that helped in the revitalization, and those ongoing efforts are still being felt today, particularly the parking garages, because what they did is they helped buildings such as this be economically viable to become buildings like this. And over the last 20 years, we've seen these significant investments by public sector, private sector, nonprofits, and institutions that have created this great downtown that we all know and love and enjoy very much. Look at this chart for a minute. In the past 20 years, the value of downtown property has increased sixfold. 1991, the taxable value of property downtown was $104 million, and now, well, as of 2010, it's $665 million. So it's an incredible shift in the value of downtown property in a relatively small area. What this chart shows is the taxable rate per acre across Buncombe County, and the bar on the right-hand side shows that the downtown properties are by far the most valuable properties per acre and yield the greatest amount of tax revenue for the city and the county. With this development, which is obviously successful, there have been problems that have come with it, and mainly the problems are there's so many people downtown, there's so much activity, and it has strained the infrastructure of downtown. And as part of the master plan that was generated by Goody Clancy and the city several years ago, one of the recommendations was to create a business improvement district. And after 3 years of working on that, the interim board brought to you in June our preliminary presentation. And as a result of that hearing, there were many questions and concerns about from the public and from council that we were asked to look at over the summer. And they are the boundaries, the budget, services ambassadors, how that would look, the board composition, the selection process, and an advisory committee, and the legal agreements and the role of the city as a overseer of the process. So we spent our summer vacation working diligently on these matters, and we first had a public hearing on July 17th at the Cellular One Center. Took a lot of input from people in the public and to give us a lot of good ideas. But throughout the summer, we looked at boundaries, services, the budget based on requests for information from vendors who actually do this type of work. We had attorneys on the board draft some bylaws. We looked at the board composition, board selection process, advisory committees, and the city oversight and agreements. And all of this is summarized in the package that Sasha put together for you, and there's a lot of that backup material, I believe, on the city's website. We agreed to remove the properties east of Charlotte Street from the bid district. We decided that the main goal of the bid was to have clean and green, that was the number one priority, and that would include, of course, cleaning and sweeping of sidewalks, trash removal, graffiti removal, snow removal, and landscape maintenance. And we decided that because we're such a small board, we felt that it was appropriate, because the ambassador program had so many questions to it as to what exactly it would do, we had so many definitions of what it could be, that we decided to push that into the future when a permanent board is in place and have them deal with it in a proper manner. We solicited proposals from 3 different contractors that regularly provide these types of services to bid communities in North Carolina. Service Group Incorporated, the Bud Group, and Block by Block. And we received proposals from them to give us a price to do Clean and Green program only, and Clean and Green with the Ambassador program. And to build our budget, we took the average bids for each of those categories and added a 5% contingency. And we asked them, as part of their proposal, to give us a full breakdown of the number of hours per week during different seasons of the year to make sure that the work was properly being done, and to summarize that in a chart of the amount of hours per year they would work. We also asked them to give us their employee costs to make sure that they were planning on paying a living wage to their employees. We asked them to develop a capital equipment cost, because we don't want to own any of the equipment that they would use. That would be strictly part of their contract. And we asked them to summarize it in this spreadsheet to give us a breakdown in large numbers of what their proposal would be. We went back also and looked at our original commitment of 7 cents per hundred as the assessment rate. It's less than the statewide average, but we feel very comfortable, and we have gone on record and have promised everyone in the community that we would not propose anything that would go over 7 cents per hundred. We feel very comfortable with that number. Took all that information and generated a series of spreadsheets that took the taxable value and prorated it over the property that the county owns, the property that the city owns, and the property that private owners own, and generated a spreadsheet and cash flow analysis to make sure that over a 3-year period of time that it would always have a positive cash flow. And with that information, the summary here is that there are 2 proposals. One that's Clean and Green only for the first 3 years with no ambassadors, and that's what it would cost. And then Clean and Green for year 1, ambassadors year 2 and year 3, and that's what it would cost. Of course, that's offset by the tax revenue based on a rate that we feel very comfortable with of anywhere between 5 cents per hundred and 7 cents per hundred value. Another area that we looked at, the attorneys looked at generating a set of draft bylaws, and what they did was they used the bylaws that other bids in North Carolina use as the basis for our proposed bylaws. So there's a lot of precedent behind this. We haven't tried to invent anything new. We've just used what has legally worked throughout the state. We spent a lot of time thinking about the board of directors composition, and we realized after several meetings that we need to expand the representation. So we now have a board that, rather than 11 to 13 people, it has 18 to 19. And we've added a representative that would be appointed by City Council, one by Buncombe County Commission, one appointed by the Downtown Association, and one appointed by the Downtown Commission, along with various levels of property owners. We've also opened it up to, there are several categories of members of the board that, if they pay property taxes downtown, whether they own real estate or not, they are still eligible to be on the board. We also realize that from time to time there will be a lot of policy decisions that need more input from the public, particularly the ambassador program. So we're suggesting that a advisory council be appointed as well within the bid community. So to summarize this, we feel that the bid that we're proposing is an ideal public-private partnership. If the city contributes and the county contributes and the private property owners contribute at the same rate, that in the long run it will promote sustainable development downtown, which will increase the tax base. It'll provide a return on the investment because of the increased property values, and it will increase services to downtown that we need because it is so active now with so many people, and the stress on the city services are such that the city in its current budget is no longer, or is unable to afford to pay for that. So what we're asking for tonight is simply this: for City Council to adopt a resolution to create the tax district. And from that point on, a permanent board of directors can come on board and begin the work that needs to happen to implement this by the middle of the year. But City Council still would have the authority to approve the board of directors, to approve the bylaws, because they're draft, to approve the tax assessment rate, and approve the annual budget, of course, every year. And keep in mind that we are committed to having this be a 3-year project, so it would be a sunset after 3 years. The next phase in the development of this process would be to have a permanent board in place by December 15th. That board would begin to work with city staff to generate an RFQ for the bidders to actually engage in contracts to bid on the work. We would need to submit a proposed budget by May 1st of next year to have it in line with the budget process that you have. The board members and the staff will need to draft an agreement to make sure that what we're proposing to do and what the city's doing doesn't overlap, nor do we leave a gap in services. And then City Council will review and approve the bid budget and tax rate for the 2013-2014 year. And to summarize, we respectfully request that Council approve the bid district. We feel that this is a great opportunity to make our city better for now and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll open it up for additional public comment. Yes, sir.
Mayor, members of council, Chris Peterson. I've been a small business downtown for 27 years. You know, we came here 4 months ago. We have over 300 small businesses. We came here 4 months ago. We said we were willing to compromise. Let us meet with these groups. The bid board. The bid board consists of 4 lawyers, 1 architect, 2 condo owners. Is that small business? I don't think so. That's one thing. Number 2, you're asking for the 300 businesses. We've been in 4 years of recession. We struggled. We do this every day downtown. Now, we agree wholeheartedly. We want a clean downtown. We want a safe downtown. You know, Miss Sasha Sostrinsky, she put out this document. None of our 300 members had time to look at it. You're a fair and transparent council. We haven't seen this. Is it fair to place a 7 to 15% tax on small businesses in this economy? No. Is it fair that we have to pay for this? We're not represented. We don't even know what it says. They've changed it so many times, we don't know how many board members they have. We don't know what's in the budget. If this council passes this, you will really cause a lot of disgruntled business people out here. You know, we are willing to compromise. We're still waiting for the phone to ring. Sasha never called us. Kim, none of the bid members, nobody called us. Come in, let's sit down. Nobody offered us to compromise. So we are asking you not to pass this. We are asking that you let 300 businesses that aren't represented sit down with this group. And I think 300 businesses that have worked every day downtown can offer a lot to this program. So please don't vote for it. Thank you.
All right. No applause. Yes, sir, in the back. Yes, sir. And then we'll get the gentleman on the aisle.
City Council, Madam Mayor, I'm Brother Christopher. Let's step back to the past, to the last meeting on this. It's interesting that God brings me back at this meeting. The last meeting I attended was about the bid, if you remember. So let's step back and rehash it a little bit. The stacked deck, I think it was. We're having this second meeting because it was so interesting. Because everybody who got up and spoke for that hour, that first hour, was everybody who worked on the bid. It'd be like having the staff keep getting 10 minutes to come up and talk about something and burn up the hour. So, the scripture the Lord gave me is this. It says that a rich man comes into your church and a poor man comes into your church, and you say to the rich man, come and sit here. And you say to the poor man, come and sit at my feet. Pity the poor preacher that does that. You might want to look that one up. The bid is a hidden taxation. It reminds me of URTV. You remember the argument? Is it a fee or is it a tax? Now, when the bid was necessary as far as to redevelop downtown 20 years ago or 10 years ago, I could see it being a fee. Now, Asheville's redeveloped downtown, so we're going to redevelop a redeveloped place? Go look at downtown. A lot of your homeless are gone. You've chased them pretty much off, and you've housed some. But the transient homeless, they just want to come and spend a few weeks and enjoy Asheville, you ticket them so they won't come back, so they won't do no jail time. Now, if you remember, I informed you that when an officer violates civil rights, it's called a violation under color, which is a federal violation, which can put that officer in jail. But what if the bid hires a private security firm? What then? Well, they can't violate authority under color. All we have is a civil action. So there's no threat to put that person in jail unless he actually beats the crud out of you. But guess what? You are still liable, even if you put the bid and they hire because it'll fall back on you. So if you want to get sued, put a private security firm downtown to harass the homeless and violate our civil rights. I guarantee, because, by the way, I want to thank you for the new sergeant in charge of the day shift. I've told all the homeless I expect them to respect her because she has talked with me and said that she hopes to bring healing between the police officers and the homeless. Now, was that because of the fear of God? No. Because you have no fear of God. Oh, by the way, I'd rather have one honest agnostic on a council than 7 holy religious people who are thieves and liars and perverts. Because when you pervert the law, that's called perversion. And if you want to stop me, you can.
Time's up.
And you can't stop God.
Yes, sir. On the Brother Christopher, you're out of order. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is Ray Conaway. I'm a downtown resident of Asheville. And I do not understand the fairness of a board, or in this case an interim board, delineating an area in the city and saying the property owners in this area will pay for a program that is good for the city. But the neighbor in the next block down, he doesn't have to pay. So therefore, if it is such a great project that will benefit the city and all the properties in it, a more fair and equitable system would be to include all the property owners inside of the boundaries, the consolidated boundary of Asheville, and charge them a smaller, much smaller percentage, which would still generate enough money that it would bring down that 7 cents, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when your neighbor's paying nothing, it's an awful lot. So therefore, I feel that it would be more equitable to pass a law or a amendment that would charge everybody in the city, in the corporated limits of Asheville, a small amount to generate enough money to affect this change. And another thing, if everybody in the city was involved when the 3-year sunset clause was up, it would be very simple to have it on the ballot. Shall we renew it or shall we give it up? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Francie Sharon. I'm director of the Asheville Growing Business Alliance, representing independent businesses in our community, also the Go Local movement. And I've been sitting on the BID board, the interim board, and the management committee for 3 years. And I've worked with this group in formulating this plan, and I do believe we have compromised and we have come up with some really good ideas. BIDs exist in over 1,000 cities nationwide, and cities that we look up to like Ithaca, New York, Madison, Wisconsin, Portland, Maine, Austin, Texas, and we can learn from these cities. A lot of these cities, the BID has strived for a triple bottom line, instituting recycling programs, things that create a truly greener city, and this is what a BID can do. We're not the board, we can't make that determination, but this is what we can do, and I do believe that we have people in this town that are leaders that can lead this board and lead this nonprofit to create some really amazing changes and also help you help us, because downtown is our most valuable asset. And downtown is an entity, if you look at it, comprised of many small businesses, many of which are essentially worker-owned businesses. And to support those worker-owned businesses in creating a better climate to grow is important, and I think that would be great if you could move this tax district forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Colgate Darden, and I'm a resident here downtown. No one is against making a beautiful, safer city. That's not the issue for me. The issue for me is how it's being funded. Property values for residential units are much higher than the commercial ones. For example, 60 North Market in total is valued at $35 million, which according to your slides represents over 5% of the value of downtown. So we are going to be asked to pay 5% of the bid. We're residents. You're asking us, it's a form of a subsidy. The next highest building that is in the taxation district is the Renaissance Hotel at $23 million. That's a big difference. They actually might even be able to use the services. All the things that are being talked about here, we have to do on our own anyway. Our insurance requires it. We have to clear the snow. We can't wait for the bid to do it for us. Graffiti removal, all those things, we take that on ourselves. I think it really needs to be reconsidered how the funding of this bid happens, because this current system just doesn't work for us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Hecht. I'm here representing two small businesses, Adorn on College Street and Paul Taylor Sandals on Wall Street. We support the bid. We feel that it's going to improve services downtown. All you have to do is walk around on any day of the week these days and see the amount of traffic and the burden put on the infrastructure downtown. The city's currently unable to meet some of that burden that visitors and residents place. I'd like to say that we've worked really hard. I have faith that the interim board has worked diligently to meet the concerns of council and citizens and business owners. I'd like to say also that I think that any time that you get a mix of residents, large and small property owners, and business owners at a table, coming together, sharing their views, and coming up with something that they can all live with together, and they assess themselves and pay into a pot to get these services, I think it's what we call in our house a no-brainer. You have people from differing point of views coming together in agreement to help improve their own services and their own standards. I think it's going to improve life for residents and for business owners and for visitors and tourists and consumers of our downtown and what we have to offer alike. And I hope that you'll support the bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kim McQueen.
I live downtown, I own property downtown, and I own a small business downtown, and I've been downtown for going on 20 years. I'm speaking to you tonight as the co-chair of the interim board. It's been my pleasure to serve with Peter Alvarez. Our board has worked really diligently these past 3 years, always working to ensure that downtown Asheville is the best that it can be. Our very detailed, well-researched, much debated, and thoughtful report is in your hands tonight, literally and figuratively. I'm not going to take time here to espouse the many, many benefits of Business Improvement District to downtown Asheville. I think that you all have a thorough understanding of that, and I think our report spelled it out nicely. But I do want to take time to say that whether you support or oppose our recommendations tonight, this work is the result of literally hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of work on the part of dedicated citizen volunteers who love downtown. Win or lose, I hope that you will agree that individuals who have worked tirelessly to bring this proposal to the council deserve your commendation. That's commendation, not condemnation. Particularly on behalf of the interim board, we want to thank Sasha Vertinsky, without whose assistance we would not have accomplished a fraction of what we were able to bring you tonight. We've worked hard on this for 3 years. Tonight the decision is yours. I hope you will do what the interim board has always done, and that is to do what's best for downtown. We believe that a business improvement district, after looking at many, many models, is the best step to make downtown cleaner, greener, and a better place. And I urge you to vote yes on the bid tonight. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And we'll work on what you're next.
The bid, we hear that everybody's doing it. Yeah, I'm Leslie Culba. But I think that Asheville is, at least in the last 10 years that I've been coming to council meetings, I've been hearing that Asheville is a unique city. One of those reasons is, I remember when we were doing the water, deciding if the city should get out of the water authority, the regional water authority, and it kept coming up that other cities are allowed to charge differential rates, but Asheville is not allowed to, because of the Sullivan Acts. Well, that puts the city in this case, well, other cities that have water systems can charge differential rates because that helps them recoup some of the money that's spent by people who don't pay taxes downtown, who use the city services. So since we have the Sullivan Acts, that sort of puts us in a bad place. It sets us back, it sets the people downtown back because they have to pay more than their fair share. But then you can add to that the white paper that came out a few years ago that said that our daytime population is twice that of our tax-paying population, essentially. And so again, we're double taxed here and then we're double taxed there. And these are the very people that you want to put the 7% or 5% as it is tax on. But then you can add to that the large number of medical service and nonprofit people who don't pay taxes. And so you have a very small part of the people in downtown paying quadruple taxation perhaps, and we want to levy even more taxes on them. Another thing is that the report from the BID said that the average in the state, the average rate charged by a bid was 15%. We're only suggesting 5 or 7%. And seeing that in the small sample that they offered, it was the bids who had been in existence longer that had the higher rates. It only makes sense that as time went on, we would see that 5 or 7 cents really isn't sufficient, and we really need to add to the burden of those few people that are paying taxes. Also, I've done a lot of traveling recently, and I've noticed that the economy is pretty bad in the state, and the places that are still thriving are places like Western Wake County, where they've got the Research Triangle Park industry, or Charlotte, where they've got the banking industry. But if you look at Asheville, we're a tourist industry. We've got restaurants and hotels, and then we've got a few people who want to sell beads or tattoos, and that's not the same kind of income. And I think, the people at Firestorm, there's just kids trying to make money and have a nice business, and people like that are going to be marginalized. And as I say, bring in the multinationals. The report did refer to Heather McDonald's report, and I don't think I have time to get into it, but I think I'll just end it right there. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Yes. Then I'll come to you next.
My name is James Challen, and my wife and I moved here. We actually bought our condominium in 60 North Market at the end of 2008. We didn't move here for 2 years, so we contributed over $6,000 in taxes for 2 years. We continue to do that. We're not a business owner. This is what it is. It's a business improvement district. It is not a residential improvement district. I don't have a business, and the people in 60 North Market, which has 65 condominiums and 3 commercial units, are baffled why we would be selected. As it's been said before, if it snows, we're going to pay for the snow removal. They're not going to do it. We do our landscaping. We clean our lot. We're going to remove the graffiti. We pay for all of that. This is not going to do one thing for us, and they've told us it's not. And we're going to pay this taxes. Would we have moved downtown if we could have moved across 240 right out of this business district and not have to pay this tax? Of course we would. And this is just a burden on residents who come down here. And do we spend money down here? I guarantee you we spend money. And we spend money disproportionate to the other people that live in Asheville. If we go out to eat 9 out of 10 times, and us 10 out of 10 times, we're eating downtown. And trust me, we eat out a lot. We spend money downtown. And we also clean up our own property. I do not understand why property owners cannot clean up their own property. I've talked to many business owners that are opposed to this. Don't get the idea that everybody that owns a business down here is for this. They're not. And it is baffling to us why we have to pay more because we're doing this. I moved from Memphis, Tennessee, and when we got here, we had a few people at some meetings we went through talking about the crime and the dirtiness. This city is beautiful, and the crime here is nothing. I guarantee you that. And look at their chart. Downtown is booming, and when it's booming, it's producing tax revenue. And like I said, I cannot understand it why a resident who wants to retire here and buy a condominium down here has to pay for what goes to a business and not us. And so we would ask you not to do this. This does not benefit downtown residents or, for that fact, many, many business owners. And so it's just a double tax on us. And quite frankly, I think 60 North Market pays a lot of tax to this city. And you're taxing us again. And if you're going to get people to buy down here, you're not going to double tax them when they can move across the interstate or outside this bid and not have to pay this silly tax. So I would say, think hard about voting for this. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I had told you, sir, you were setting up in the back. Ma'am, you're next. State your name for the record.
Thank you. My name is Chester Lee III. My street name is Rage. I'm one of the homeless people out here in Asheville, and I'm nervous. This is my first time speaking in front of a panel. I lived in Atlanta for almost 10, 15 years, got kicked out, became homeless, and to live in Atlanta and be homeless is way worse in Atlanta than here. You have a very beautiful city here. The small businesses present opportunities for poor people and homeless people to eat, shelters, and a lot of important things for homeless people to survive. And to raise taxes on small businesses could be adding to the disaster of killing homeless people. So we won't be able to have places and coffee shops to go and have a small free cup of coffee and a meal to survive off of each and every day. So I say no to the bid because I want the poor people and the homeless people to continue to survive.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Pam Winkler. I'm a resident and property owner, and I'm also Secretary of DARN. And I hope you will support the bid. I think that a lot of downtown residents have already put their private monies into beautification and betterment, especially in Pritchard Park. I think it's commendable that so many are willing to continue this effort in the rest of downtown and continue its improvement. To me, it's kind of like a suburban neighborhood that might have a fee assessed where they can work on beautification at their entrance, maybe signage. To me, it's not just the monies that will be used on my building. Like the other residents, yes, we do take care of our own building. But for me, it's my community, it's my neighborhood, and I want the whole neighborhood to be beautiful, not just my building. I want the whole neighborhood to be graffiti-free and safe. So I hope you'll support the bid.
Yes, sir, and then we'll come to, yes, sir. Then we'll go to the back aisle. If you could state your name for the record.
I'm Alan Ditmore. I made the same point on another issue, which is that if previous speakers have said this is benefiting business at the expense of residents, then that will aggravate commuting distance and traffic. If you tax downtown residents to try to create downtown jobs, then there'll be fewer residents and more jobs, and downtown already has more jobs than homes by quite a bit. So then people will be burning oil to come in the day and go out at night in these, daily migrations. Will aggravate that effect. Second, it strikes me as monopolistic that in a free market, businesses are supposed to compete against each other and not be joining the club. That really even voluntary business associations are restraining free markets, restraining the competition between business. If you have, two restaurants or two bars or something, and they're supposed to be undercutting each other's price and outdoing each other's service, and instead they're hobnobbing about their collective interests, then they're not competing. And that's not a free market. And then when you force, and then you have two places where it's not even voluntary. In the chamber, I think it's voluntary. But here, the bid and also the Tourism Development Authority, it's forced. It's taxation without representation. It's restraining business competition, and it's not even their choice to do it. As taxation without representation, if you're going to tax downtown, it needs to be a government function, and a government function needs to be a democracy. So if the board has to be elected by downtown residents. And what's interesting about downtown residents is that there's Biltmore Tower and Battery Park Tower. There's two big affordable housing units, and and I believe the homeless who vote, if the homeless shelters are in the area, then they'd declare their residency at the shelters, so they would vote. And that's good because it would moderate the effect that I fear that these ambassadors could add to anti-homeless harassment. There's certainly a lot of anti-homeless harassment, and I don't know what sort of powers they would have to do this.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor, members of the council, my name's Tom Flora. I'm a business owner downtown, and I'm a property owner downtown. Very early on, when we started participating in the early planning meetings for the bid, we were told at that point that there was going to be county participation and there was going to be city participation. In fact, at some point during those meetings, we were even told or cited percentages or dollar amounts that the city and county governments were going to participate to the tune of. The next meeting we had, or the last meeting we had with the council here where we had the public hearing, we found out then that those numbers and those percentages had disappeared. There was a big question mark as to what that level of participation was going to be. We still to this day don't know what that level of participation is going to be. Right now, small businesses, as Mr. Peterson cited when he first got up here, are on the comeback, but we've been taxed to the hilt, and we've gone through some hard times the last couple of years. Right now, if we take a look at the structure of the bid, the way it's constructed, 58% of us, 58% of the people owning the property value in this district are going to pay the taxes. 42% are tax exempt and not-for-profit organizations that are not going to participate. Now, Mr. Albury cited some good numbers up on his slides, and we saw some great slides that showed that we're going to get a return on investment. One of the questions I've been asking all along is, what is that return on investment going to be? People were first citing the fact that it was going to increase business and it was going to increase property values. Well, we already know property values are going to start to tick up. We know that because the county wouldn't be going back and reassessing properties at this juncture if they thought property values were going down. So we know we're going to get hit with higher real estate taxes. What's the effect going to be on business? How are they going to measure that? I have been asking for some data all along as to what the baseline is going to be, how we're going to measure it, and what that barometer is going to be going forward. Because if we're going to make a decision 2 or 3 years down the road whether we're going to keep the bid or not keep the bid, what are they going to use as that measurement? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, all the way in the back. You first, and then, ma'am, you'll be next.
Good evening. I'm Renee Owen. I'd like to thank City Council and Mayor Bellamy for the service that you provide to the community. I'm very impressed with the work that you do, and it's rare for me to think of speaking in front of you because I trust you to make up your mind and the best that you know how. And honestly, with this bid issue, I trust you to do the same. I'm not here necessarily for or against. I see a lot of good ideas coming out of the bid. I appreciate the work that they've done. They say as volunteers. But there's one issue that I just want to make sure you're very, very clear on before you vote on this. I know you're clear on this, but I just want to emphasize it. A lot of us, I know myself, I'm fundamentally against something that takes taxpayer money and it puts it in the hands of private individuals. You all do very good service to the city. When we're taxed, I trust you to take that money and decide how it will be spent. The city, it's a great idea to have it safer. It's a great idea to have it cleaner and greener. And this sounds like an incredible gift, but I think we do have to be concerned as to whether it's a bit of a Trojan horse, possibly. There's a lot of unknowns. You know, if you're going to appoint the committee all the way through and they're going to advise you, that sounds really great. But once that committee is on its own, they are going to do what's in the best interest of private business owners, which is make decisions based on the bottom line of their own profit, whereas you would make decisions based on the interest of all the citizens. Thanks.
And we'll come back up, and Mr. Holt will get you.
My name is Christina Giles, and I would just like to say that I've heard several things stated about safety. I thought that was in the arms of our police officers in this area. I've heard things said about recycling. I see recycling bins all over the place downtown. I too am homeless at the moment. I came here because of domestic violence issues. I'm well educated. I have some physical limitations. I used to own my own business. It was in construction. The economy has hit this whole state very harshly. I shop at the downtown shops with a little bit of income that I do have. Increasing the taxes is going to hurt my ability to purchase medicine. It's going to hurt my ability to purchase, just like Rage had said earlier, just your coffee or something to eat at a nice restaurant where you can sit down and kind of just take a breath. I'm really against the bid. I see it as a big business investment, and I see that the services that it poses to offer are already offered, and that those services are through our police department, it's through the business owners themselves. It's already being taken care of, so why pay someone to do something that's already being done? That's all I have.
All right. Yes, sir. Mr. Holt, we'll get you Mr. McKibben next. Mr. Holt was next. And then you're right after Mr. Holt. Yes.
Good evening. Mayor Bellamy, members of council, my name is Larry Holt. I am a property owner and a resident in downtown, and I think I've communicated with all of you, and so I don't need to necessarily repeat what I've sent to you electronically. I wanted to just reiterate, as a downtown resident, I shovel the snow in front of my building, also my neighbors as well, because once you get started, you might as well keep on going to the end of the block. I remove graffiti, I pick up trash, and but the thing is, and I do that in my area. I walk all over downtown Asheville with my dog. This is my neighborhood. This is the community, and I feel it's the responsibility of all of the property owners and residents in downtown Asheville to deal with all of downtown Asheville, not just our front yard, the property around the building, because we're all over town. We see the problems, and in many cases we take care of it if we can, or we make the calls to get it done. In terms of and I'm willing to pay to have the entire area that you designate for the business improvement district to meet the expectations that we have. I know your budget is tight. You do what you can. We're willing to step up and pay a little more to take care of our entire neighborhood. And the other, I guess another piece is that we feel that the time is right to do this. It is with the conditions that we have. You need to help us with that. We're willing to step up. In terms of the nonprofits and the governmental agencies, I work for the Housing Authority here for 25 years. We make a payment in lieu of taxes to the city every year, and we do it at the Altamont, and I think a number of the nonprofits would be willing to step up and participate with a payment in lieu of taxes to assist with this effort. I suggest that's one of the details that need to be worked out by a permanent board that you participate in the appointment, or actually appoint these folks. And I'm comfortable with putting my money in the hands of a board that's made up of downtown residents, downtown property owners, and representatives of the city and the county. We need our folks at the table, and with your assistance, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi again. John McKibben, Loft Hotel, and a couple other hotels. But came here in '96 with our first hotel, the Merritt Courtyard, and at that time, people came to Asheville because of the Biltmore House. That was our primary tourist attraction. Today, downtown is something that attracts tourists to this area. So it is a very large tourist attraction in itself, and it creates opportunities. It created an opportunity for me to build a new hotel in downtown Asheville, which is going to pay a huge amount of property tax. So in that aspect, those dollars are going to the city that should help all the taxpayers, because we're adding to the tax base that would not have existed there without the tourism. Business is booming. I'll have to agree with what was said earlier. And tourism adds wealth to a community, because the tourists come here, they leave their dollars, they use minimal amount of the services here. So it creates wealth in your community for everyone. And I'll say that the tourists are finicky. And if they come to community and it's not clean, not green, not safe, they are very easily scared away. So we need our downtown to be cleaner than it is today. The graffiti is an issue, and as we have more and more people, we can't wait until we get a reputation, and we certainly have nothing but a positive reputation today. But that can change very quickly, and it'll be too late. So today is the time to pick it up where we are and make it even better than it is. I am in favor of the bid. I do like to keep it maybe at 5%. It will be a new tax for us, I agree, but I am in favor. I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi there, my name's Hunt Millett, and I'm a downtown business owner, property owner, resident, as was my father, as was my grandfather, as was my great-grandfather. I think that, first of all, I do agree that the work that they've done on the interim board is valuable and hard work and a lot of work. And I think that they've presented very detailed new parts to their proposals that give us better views. But they miss the very basic flaw that makes me against this bid. They are not, nowhere have I seen a survey that unbiasedly with both sides has gone to these 300 or however many stakeholders to ask the question, do you really want it? It seems to me in talking with some of you all that each side believes that maybe they've got more, but no one really knows. And I'm disappointed that some sort of survey hasn't been directed by council or by a group between the bid and the opponents to really find out what that is. I'm concerned also about how you measure success of this. There are a lot of things that, from my lips to God's ear, that we see improving in our economy right now. It's certainly not part of the bid. How do we say this is from the bid, this is from just our economy improving? I think that just walking over here from my business down on Patton Avenue to here, it was a beautiful day. We have a beautiful city. We don't have the level of crime and the level of filth that maybe most of these bid proponents would have us believe. I think that it is unfair, and this has been stated before, about trying to put on the backs of this very small number of people, let alone in the downtown business district, let alone that the city government and the county government and the nonprofits all use. I like Mr. McKibben's idea of having the tourists come into town and spend money. We all like that. There is a tax in place from the hotels that those tourists who use our hotels are helping through the CVC bring more tourists in. And that type of thing is being shared among the whole population. This is not. This is centered just on those property owners. From the property owner's standpoint, they pass it down to the businesses. I'll be doing that myself to some of my tenants. On the other hand, I am a business, so I'll be getting it myself too. So I think that there are a number of issues that really have to be addressed by you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then we come on back.
Your Honor, council members, my name is Andrew Craig. I'm indeed a small business owner and a small property owner downtown. I would like to recognize the work that the interim board has done. They have obviously done their homework and have come up with some good ideas. However, as a small business and property owner, I must be opposed to the bid in both principle and in particulars. I see this as an oppressive tax which I will have to pass as a property owner to my tenants, some of whom can afford it and some who may not can. I am somewhat opposed to giving tax money or bid money to a group of people to spend who have not been duly elected by those paying that money. Perhaps there is a vehicle, a special referendum or such, for the property owners and business owners in which they might vote for or against this bid. It seems that without that, the minority is in the driver's seat here. Maybe as an alternative, we could take tax money and provide that to Asheville Greenworks. They have done a remarkable job around town in helping with graffiti and recycling, and they would be a very good group to do that. So in essence, I see the ideas that they have are excellent. Many of them are workable, but they are not, I think, representative of all the smaller business owners and property owners in town who I think should have a say in this. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Adrian Basallo, President of the Asheville Downtown Association. And back in June when we started this public hearing, I presented several pictures to you of scenes from our downtown, scenes that still exist today. Sidewalks that are not clean, sidewalks that are dirty, and frankly are offensive to tourists. We get emails at the Downtown Association office on a regular basis from tourists that come to Asheville and say, well, it's not as clean as we thought it would be. Emails that are shared with the chamber. I'm sure Kit Kramer would vouch for that. The issue is clean and safe. In between the June meeting and this meeting, the Downtown Association, in conjunction with Darn and volunteers from Keller Williams, presented a walkability study of downtown, and it showed almost 50 areas of sidewalks that they're not clean, they're in disrepair. Crosswalks that are not painted correctly, curb cuts that are not passable by handicapped individuals in wheelchairs, and these are part of basic city services that are your responsibility. And I know you don't want to hear it, but if you can't take care of those sidewalks, getting them clean is a supplemental service that is years away. This is an answer. This is a solution that will help us with the CBD in getting it clean and protecting your greatest economic asset of Asheville. If this is not an answer, if this is not the solution that we're going to come to today, what is the solution that you're going to propose? Because I know you're strapped as a city with budget and services, but we have to move forward. We can't attract more businesses to downtown with a downtown that's decaying. We've had 25 years of great economic activity. We need 25 years more. And there is plenty of canvas in downtown and the CBD left to paint. So think about that when you vote tonight. And thank you for your service to our community.
Yes, sir. After him.
Hello, I'm Russell Thomas. I am one of the owners of the Flatiron Building. I've been downtown for 27 years. I represent 60 individual businesses downtown, of which I'm the manager of their building. And I can tell you that the BID is, and I want to thank also the interim board for all the time they spent putting this together, because I know they did it from trying to do the right thing. But I do believe that the cost that are going to be passed down to the individuals who, like myself, who own buildings downtown, the improvement to the safety and graffiti and things like that, which seems to be what everyone has been pointing out, I don't see that as being any better handled than it currently is by anyone other than the people who are vested in the downtown and own businesses. I feel it's important that the people downtown, myself being one of them, takes care of the area that they're in, and I think that everyone with a little pride could take care more of the things. I do not believe that someone should, a director who is yet to be appointed, should be making over 10% of the actual budget that I've seen. As an individual, I personally believe that it would be better suited if the project was broken into 4 sections, that the $85,000, which is what I understand it to be, would be divided by 4 different director heads, and that those people are paid on an annual basis, and then that's a rotating board that they report back. They spend their own money for their section, which would help people manage the budget better. If there is, this does go by. I do not believe it's a good thing, but so I say vote against the bid. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Susan Griffin. I am a downtown property owner and one of 5 residents sitting on the interim board for the past 3 years. I just have one point to make. Earlier this evening, I heard council deliberate how important it was to support Biltmore Park, the urban village Biltmore Park, and how important it was to make sure that they are economically viable and that they succeed. And I would tell you today that the bid is the best way to promote the economic development and the health and welfare of downtown, and I would ask that you would give the original urban village downtown the same consideration. Thank you.
Any other people wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Nutter, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Sally Cammon. I'm a downtown resident and a former business owner, and I feel strongly that the bid will benefit residents and small businesses in downtown, especially the businesses who rely on tourism. Having a beautiful, clean, landscaped, maintained. We have a lot of places where people put out a flower pot and then we watch the flower pot die. So I think the maintenance of the beautification efforts is very important too, and this is something that is on the bid radar. I urge you to please support the bid. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, my name is Dave Nutter. I'm a resident of the Montford area, immediately north of downtown, and a member of the Historic Resources Commission. I'm also a city planner, and I served as the director of the Denver, Colorado Business Improvement District at the time of its formation and its initial expansion, and I would like to touch on that in my remarks. I've also been working with Kim and Peter and all the rest on this proposal since coming to Asheville 2 years ago. So I am an unabashed supporter of the value and the beauty of a business improvement district in downtown Asheville, where I am active every single day. So I'd like to ask you to please vote yes for the business improvement district. I believe it will contribute to the neighborhood health of all users of downtown Asheville and to its growing success as a city, regional, and special national center, which I believe is vital to the economic health of our area. I even believe that Asheville is developing an interesting niche worldwide reputation as a first-class place to visit, to live, and to invest in, as Mr. McKibbins is about to do. Based on my experience, I believe that the downtown businesses and residents are leaders who will come to love this institution. There are so many supporters of it now. Isn't it interesting that this is a tax proposal which has active supporters? In Denver, we had opponents at the beginning. They're still opponents in downtown Denver, but it's 30 years later, and as time went on, people supported it and trusted it, trust being very important in these relationships
more and more. Its boundaries were enlarged as trust grew. Its budget, yes, was increased with the voluntary support of all the people involved, and it was reauthorized again and again. It's going very strong today, and Denver is very proud of it. I would like to mention one other troubling factor that I see here in Asheville. I believe the city has done a magnificent job in helping with private businesses to revitalize the downtown area. It is a wonderful place, and I ask you to support the bid proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Any other speakers? It's not an hour yet.
It's not quite enough. I don't remember when it started.
A little over?
Yeah, 7:34 was when.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Mrs. Mayor and committee. My name is Bill McKelvey. I'm a downtown business owner as well as a downtown building owner. And I'm here representing the Patent Wall Condo Association. We consist of 24 and 26 Wall Street. We also consist of 83, 85, and 87 Patton Avenue. And as far as the business owners of 83, 85, and 87 Patton Avenue, this is devastating. We can't have big go because it'll take away jobs, it'll add taxes, it'll hurt small businesses. And the reason why we moved to Asheville was because of small businesses. I come from South Beach, Miami, Florida. I saw South Beach go from a small, little, quiet, beautiful artisan community to a mecca of destruction and chaos. And right now what I'm seeing is the beginning of small financial chaos. And it starts with little taxes and outside entities coming into our beautiful small community and changing it, and it's wrong. It's just wrong. So please, vote no. We don't need it, and we don't need it here in Asheville.
All right. Council, we've gone over our time that we allotted, and I didn't see any more hands, so I'll close the public comment section of the public hearing and bring it back to council. And I will join with the other speakers who have said thank you so very much to the interim board for the work that you have done over the last 3 years. We do appreciate all that you've done, and we know that it was a labor of love. We know that without you all, we wouldn't have a lot of the things that are done downtown, whether it's the Planet Pots, the cleanliness of Pritchard Park, downtown after 5, the Oktoberfest. We know that you all have helped over the years on those issues. And Sasha, thank you for your leadership as well. I'll see Councilman Bothwell.
Thank you. To those of you who worked on the bid project, I know you're really invested in it in terms of time and effort, and I know you have the best for the city in your hearts when you're working on this. The first point I'd like to make is I think that whether or not one favors the idea of a bid, I think this is a particularly bad time to implement a new downtown tax. As we heard earlier, the county is working on revaluation of properties, and we can't know how that's going to affect the city when it's complete. It's frequently the case that tax rates are adjusted after a reval. We have to submit a document that indicates what revenue neutral would be, and then council gets to decide whether we just want to continue revenue neutral or not. But whether we're revenue neutral citywide or not, if city downtown properties go up significantly in value compared to out of the borders, downtowners may see quite a big tax bump. Also, as we've been reminded by one of our speakers this evening, we're dealing with the problems outlined in the city manager's white paper a few years ago. The restrictions on growth in this city, the restrictions on water rates are causing serious revenue problems for the city. And we have not yet decided how we're going to go forward with this. It may mean that we either cut services citywide or we raise taxes. I believe if we raise taxes on downtowners and then try to raise taxes generally, we're going to have a large body of people downtown who are absolutely opposed to a further tax increase. Beyond that, we're talking about capital improvements in the city. We've discussed the need for sidewalks, the need for greenways, the need for parks improvements, the need for purchases along the riverway. A lot of big money that we've talked about setting up a referendum to let the people of the city decide, are they willing to pay more money to do some of these major citywide projects. Again, if we establish a group of people downtown who've just had a big bump, they will be absolutely opposed to the referendum. I think it's a bad plan to do this first and do the referendum later. Now, beyond those specific reasons why I think it's a bad time, there are some other reasons I think we should reject the bid. For one thing, I don't understand why bid proponents want to paint Asheville as dangerous and dirty. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, I asked for a report on crime statistics over the past few years, and we're safer than other cities our size in the state. There is not a crime problem in Asheville, not a serious crime problem. Yes, there are some crimes. Of course there are. Yes, there is graffiti. But that's true of many cities. And as far as being dirty, sure, it would be great if we get a new street sweeper. That's a huge capital investment that the bid doesn't even begin to address. On the financial front, something that hasn't been brought up tonight or in general public discussions is that these bid proponents not only want to raise taxes on their neighbors downtown, they want to get money from general revenues from the city and county and from the fire districts across the county. That's part of the state law, is that a special district like this gets some of those revenues. So they're going to be drawing in money from around the rest of the county and city in addition to more money. They aren't talking about that I mean, it was in the numbers there, but you had to kind of speed through them going on by on the screen. They're telling us that downtown's the economic driver, that they're the ones who are doing the most for the city, and yet they're coming to us asking for charity from the rest of the county and city. On the planning front, I don't understand why they keep changing their targets. They started out early on in the bid process talking about more downtown events, and that kind of went by the board. And then there was talk about ambassadors, but that's going to go off into the future. And then the green and clean, I mean, one thing after another, picked up and dropped. It's as if they have a solution looking for a problem. And finally, as far as diverting tax money to unelected boards, we have a very bad history of that in this city. I've said it before in this council, and I can't say it often enough to remind the people of this city. The Grove Arcade would have defaulted on the money they owe the city if we hadn't pulled a shenanigan on bookkeeping a couple of years ago to make it appear that they're paying us back. The Pack Park, the Conservancy, stiffed us for a couple of $1 million and stuck us with maintenance costs that they promised they would take care of. They initially said there would be no tax money involved in redoing that park, and in fact half the money that went into that park is tax money. They suckered us. I have never voted, and will not now vote, to hand huge sums of tax money to unelected boards. That's why we're elected, to make the hard decisions, and if we make decisions you don't like, you can throw us out on our butts. Thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor. Please don't applaud. We want to get through this. Please allow the Vice Mayor to speak.
I just want to begin by saying that I'm very appreciative for all the hard work that all of you have put into working through this proposal and redrafting it and coming back before City Council again. And I'm appreciative to all those citizens that are paying attention to this issue and come here tonight and voice their opinion and send us emails. We've gotten a lot of emails on both sides of the issue and people voicing their concerns. I want to make clear what is on the table tonight. What's on the table tonight is basically the results of what I would call a grassroots effort, which is the body of downtown folks got together a long time ago, decided they wanted to propose a bid, which I liken to something like a homeowners association or a condo association, and brought this proposal before us. And tonight, what is being asked of this City Council is to adopt a resolution that designates the geographic boundary of a bid and designates the services or potential services a bid could provide, and roughly states how the board would be made up, and states the intention that this bid be funded through, among other things, a property tax, and that's essentially it. However, what it doesn't do is it doesn't ask for that tax to be implemented tonight. And I think there's a good reason for that, and as Councilman Bothwell pointed out, we are going through a reevaluation process. We won't know what the actual values of the real estate downtown are, for a few more months. We have heard a forecast that they may be down slightly overall. And so, it would be somewhat fruitless to try to fund something tonight where we didn't have those hard numbers, and also we don't have hard estimates for the cost of services to be provided. So again, what's being asked of us tonight is to implement the structure, the shell of something that would have to later be funded. I will comment that there's been some communication about what this property tax would look like, what the property tax increase might be for each individual property owner. And we've been emailed several times, folks indicating that they think it's a 17% increase in property taxes, and that's simply not accurate. The proposal at most is a 7-cent property tax increase on the city property taxes, and of course everyone downtown also pays the county tax and a school tax. And so if it were to be 7 cents, that's something just under 7% of your overall tax bill. For example, if you had a $500,000 property, that would be $350 a year. And I was sitting here doing a little math. I was listening to the 60 North Market issue, and their building being appraised at something like $30 million. They have 70 units in there. That's approximately $300 a year per unit on average, just to give you an idea. And I say that because I also work downtown, and I'm a member of a law firm that owns its own building and would also be paying this tax. And the partners of my firm have kicked around this issue quite a bit and mulled it over and discussed it, and are overall in favor of it. So I feel that if voting in favor of this tonight, I would be eventually voting in favor of imposing a tax that I would pay as well. And with that said, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution creating a downtown municipal service district, also known as a business improvement district in downtown Asheville. And I'm reading from the resolution that is was attached electronically to our agendas that we can no longer open, but I happen to have a hard copy of the resolution. And I will state that the resolution sets forth the basic parameters that I've stated to you, and it states in here a list of services that would be provided by this bid. And in making this motion, I would like to add the 2 additional services that have been identified as a need. And by doing this, I'm not stating that it be mandated that these services be provided, rather that they could be provided. Recycling and sidewalk repair over and above what is already provided downtown. That, again, is not a mandate that it be provided. It's just necessary that if a service might in the future be provided, that it be included in this resolution to keep that opportunity open. And that, let me just explain the process after tonight. If this resolution were to pass, which I hope that it does, it would authorize the city to enter into contract negotiations with the entity that is formed, and I think the proposal is to call it something like the Asheville Downtown Incorporated. That the North Carolina statute contemplates that this is one way you can do it. You can negotiate this contract with this entity, and the contract would have to include the list of services to be provided, and also in that process, of course, you'd have to figure out the exact cost of those services. So it's kind of there's a couple steps in this process to get a bid up and running, so to speak. One additional point in my motion, just tweaking the resolution that is before us, it states that a permanent board of directors for the municipal service district be appointed not later than December 15th, 2012. And obviously, it's sort of chicken and egg thing. You've got to get a board in place so you can have a body to negotiate a contract with, so you can eventually have some sort of agreement. It doesn't state in here, however, how that permanent board of directors, the initial permanent board of directors, would come into being, and therefore I would propose that we get some clarity on that by suggesting that we create a nominating committee of 2 council members and 3 interim board members, and the 5 of those folks appointing 2 additional people to bring a recommended slate of permanent board members, initial permanent board members, to this council prior to December 15th so that we can consider those board members and install them. I'm just trying to flesh this out since it doesn't actually give us a way to get that initial board in place. If this resolution were adopted and a contract were to be negotiated, I would include in my motion that, of course, in order for that contract to be amended in the future, that this council would have to vote on that, and that the bylaws of the entity, and I'm getting a little technical here, that bylaws of the entity, if that entity is the Asheville Downtown Incorporated, be attached to the contract, and that if the bylaws are to be amended, that would also have to be approved by this council. And the bylaws will include the board makeup within its text. And we've seen some proposed bylaws already presented by the interim board, and that's not to say that those will be the final bylaws, but that structurally it would be my hope that a contract would include the bylaws as an attachment. I may have left something out, hopefully not, but that is my motion with basically just adopting this resolution with the variations I mentioned. Martha, you look like you have a question.
Yeah, Councilwoman Manhammer, the only issue that I see here is, as it pertains to the resolution, the law says that the resolution defining a service district shall take effect at the beginning of a fiscal year commencing after its passage. I don't think that should have an impact on the ability of the permanent board to be appointed no later than December 15th. It's just that the law says that the resolution cannot be effective until the beginning of the fiscal year. So that would be June 30th, July 1st of next year.
I'm not exactly sure what does that have any other effect on?
Well, it would appear that.
I mean, I guess what's included in this resolution is that we're not funding the district yet.
That's correct.
And it's not the intention to consider the funding until our normal fiscal cycle, which would put it in place, and I'm looking at Sasha, put it in place effective July 1, which would be the beginning of the fiscal cycle.
And I think that we're all going through this because we've never done it before. It appears that the resolution says that a permanent board of directors for the municipal service district be appointed not later than December 15, 2012. So we're actually appointing that permanent board as of December 12th. But the law says that the resolution, and this is the resolution that is appointing that permanent board, and the law says that the resolution defining a service district shall take effect at the beginning of a fiscal year. And so that would be effective July 1st of 2013.
Okay.
I don't think that it should have an impact. It's just that it's not very clear.
Okay.
The motion is made. Is there a second?
Ms. Mayor, I second that motion.
Councilman Hunt?
A couple of comments. One is regarding the discussion between Ms. McGraw and the Vice Mayor. It seems that this resolution authorizes the district, acknowledging it takes effect then. The matter of appointing the board, this is a board of directors not of the district but of a corporation to be formed, and that action seems irrelevant of the district. This is a resolution by council that says that if we get to a contract agreement with that corporation, we will have gone through steps to form that board collaboratively. And so I see that as disassociated with the Business Improvement District.
I don't necessarily disagree. It's just that the law is not that clear on it. The law, because what we're doing, we're establishing a permanent board, and this is pursuant to the resolution. And the law says that the resolution cannot become effective until the beginning of the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Having spoken with other members of council, Vice Mayor, it may have been that you would have intended to specify city council appointments to the board in an ongoing way.
Are you talking about the permanent board, or are you talking about the advisory board?
The permanent board. And I would ask if you would entertain an amendment that would specify that city council would appoint at least about one-third, but no less than one-third of the board members upon re-election or reappointment of board members going forward.
Yes, and I think the permanent board makeup after the initial permanent board will be included in the bylaws, which can be further vetted, say, in boards and commissions or something like that.
I think this is important. I know it's the expectation of some people in council that board appointments going forward would be controlled at something like that level by city council. So again, I would offer that as an amendment to the motion.
I said yes. I think Councilman Pelley, you would have to. Okay.
I want to speak to the motion. I'm not going to support the motion as presented tonight. I'm not supportive of us establishing a bid at this time. I do think that if it was going to be considered, it should be considered with the budget process, not even making a promise that we'll look at it during the budget process. But even then, I wasn't supportive. A couple of things. One is our strategic plan over the last 4 years doesn't look at addressing all the needs that have been brought forward in a comprehensive manner in our strategic plan. And as I look at our strategic plan and the items that we as a council have said are our top priorities, I look at the fact that we made major investments in the items that are here. Whether it's the Eagle Market Street redevelopment, to see that, where we invested $2 million. Riverfront redevelopment, where we're actually, Eagle Market Street may even be more than that amount. But looking at the Riverfront redevelopment, where we've dedicated staff time and are pursuing the implementation of various grants to do some planning in that area. Our sustainability efforts, we have gone extremely aggressive in implementing sustainability within the city of Asheville to make it work. Our transit system, we approved the transit master plan, and we've invested in buses, we've changed routes, we've worked with the management company to ensure that they're doing top notch. But not once have we put in there a comprehensive look at our downtown plan. We adopted it, but did not put in the resources to see it fully implemented. And I believe that when it comes to streets and sidewalks, city staff would do a wonderful job in doing that compared to contracting with another group. And I would challenge the city manager's office to work on a budget, during our budget process, to address these issues, because council will make this as a top priority. And I would challenge any council member to tell me that the things that council puts as a priority don't get funded. And I'll go through our strategic plan over the last couple of years to show you just when council says it's a top priority, staff will pull together resources, look at partnerships, write grants, and pursue those funds. And I think we've done downtown a disservice by not having it as a true priority and implemented the downtown master plan the way it should have been done, like we're doing with the transit master plan, the affordable housing plan, our pedestrian plan, our bike plan, if we look at the number of roads, the bike paths we've put in place, the Greenway plan, how we are aggressively going after funding and pursuing a fully implemented plan. I don't think it's the right time, and for us to hold out to tell people who've been working on this for months, look, wait and see. I was told today that I'm looking at things in a holistic manner. This is what I'm thinking about as I sit here and think about this master plan. I'm thinking about we don't know what's going to happen with the water situation and how that's going to impact our budget. We don't know the bottom line for the River Arts District and what's going to be asked of us when it comes to the River Arts District. What's going to happen with the revow? How's that going to impact our taxes? Because there's a reality most people don't realize. So if we get back and the revow shows that, hey, City of Asheville, your property taxes overall goes up, and so with your current property tax rate, your property values have gone up, so you're going to make money. So if council says, well, we're going to be revenue neutral, well, we're going to go back to, in theory, a lower tax rate. Well, that lower tax rate, we're not only going to lose property taxes we could have gained, we're going to lose sales tax also. And we don't talk about that. That we will not only, if we go back to revenue neutral and lower our tax rate from its current level of 42 cents per $100, we're going to lose the associated sales tax because we don't have an incentive, i.e. give us a larger portion of the sales tax that's collected in our city limits to keep our property taxes at the same level. So that's a reality. So that number isn't known. And I'm just concerned that if we say, well, hey, we may need to raise our taxes, that the property owners, again, as it was stated, will see not only the increased bump in the bid taxes, but because of the city and its needs, going to see increased taxes all over. So I just think that right now, looking at everything that's coming at us right now, it's just not the right time. We have some major issues coming before us. This is the first major issue that we have that has a price tag. And I think that for me with the water system, which I can't just talk about the downtown and not think about the water system and its impact on our budget. If I can't support an independent board getting our system and we don't know the value of it, and it could be $1 billion, I definitely can't see transferring above services to our downtown with $665 million as well. So I think that we need to challenge staff and look at the fact that we paid off 2 parking decks in downtown Asheville. We paid off the debt service on Pack Place in downtown Asheville. That alone should be able to find some revenue to help in this situation. We got to look at downtown, as it's been said several times, is a major driver of our property tax for the entire city. I think we need to give downtown some of that money back and clean, green, and definitely safe. You know, it was talked about that, or the budget showed that we wouldn't do the ambassador program. Well, I've heard from council, and I didn't hear it in the motion, that that's off the table. Well, I did my homework. I was given a list of places to call. I called the cities and talked to the mayors that have business improvement districts or larger cities in North Carolina. And most business improvement districts were created to help spur redevelopment in downtown Asheville. Ours is clean, green, and safe. The other major issue that they have used for the business improvement district is for safety reasons, enhanced services. Like in Raleigh, they have police from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. to ensure that their safety, and it was created because there was a major problem that happened 6 years ago in the parking deck, and so people felt unsafe, and so they put the bid in and said, we're really going to focus on safety. Well, if that's off the table, then the only reason we're creating the bid is for safety and green. I really believe that we need to challenge staff and say, look at our priorities, and as the council members say, this is a fiscal priority for me or for us to see the downtown implemented in a cleaner, greener, safer manner, and above the services that we currently render, increase that amount to give downtown investors a portion of the funding that they're investing or paying and to make it our city great. And I believe that that will provide the improvements that's needed, whether it's a street sweeper working with actually cleaning our sidewalks. I think that those are services, as it was said earlier, are basic city services, and it's our responsibility. And I don't think we should abdicate our responsibilities. Any other comments? Councilman Smith and Councilman Davis.
Thanks to all the committee members, subcommittee members. I know that City Council, when we adopted, or the City Council at the time adopted the Downtown Master Plan, tasked various subcommittees to go forth, do the work, come back as you had the work done. Design review folks came back. Y'all are coming back now. I anticipate transportation will come back, and all these different folks will come back as they achieve the solutions in the way that we'd asked all y'all to do it. So thanks for all the time. I know that y'all are bringing this forward in good faith, and I've got enormous respect for everyone on the board. We know that downtown owners and property owners have fueled the renaissance of downtown Asheville and have been key parts of the resiliency as the nation has experienced this great recession. And Asheville, while we've certainly felt the effects of that great recession, have not felt it nearly as acutely as other parts of the country. So thank you to everybody who's been working to kind of row in the same direction to get us through that. We owe you all a debt of gratitude. And everyone who's contacted me about this issue as well, who's so invested in the fate of downtown. I've heard from lots of well-intentioned folks who just want what's best for Asheville, and that's part of what's made this decision-making tonight so difficult, is that I've heard that we're about to kill the goose that laid the golden egg, and I've heard it from both sides. I've heard it from the side who says that downtown is this very valuable thing, but it's also very fragile, and if we're not careful, we could lose it. Goose that laid the golden egg. And I've heard, well, Asheville's this dynamic, organic, spontaneous group of entrepreneurs that's done this without any centralized control. And if you create that, you've killed the goose that laid the golden egg. So I'm hearing this from both sides, and each side is also correct. I mean, all those points are both correct. So it's been a real exercise from this place trying to figure out which direction to go. Downtown is the economic engine not just of Asheville and not just of Buncombe County, but the entire region of western North Carolina. So we know that the decisions we make in this chamber reverberate well beyond these walls and well beyond the limits of our city. This is an enormous responsibility to undertake as we're looking at downtown. This is a lot bigger than the folks in this room. Anyway, there's been a lot said already, so I'm going to try to be briefer here. We've got some big challenges facing us going into the next year's budget. Y'all saw us wrangle over last year's budget, over salaries, affordable housing, transportation efforts, and other infrastructure needs. Those issues haven't gone away. They're staring us in the face right now. And we're waiting to see whether our budget projections are going to match reality. We don't know yet. I think that any conversation about raising revenue has to come in a context of prioritization. Fair salaries for our firefighters, police, and city staff are central challenges we face. The fact that people who work full-time jobs in Asheville can't afford to live in Asheville, that crisis remains on the front burner for this council. Our River District redevelopment plans are ready to head into implementation stages, and we're going to have to decide how we're going to invest in the economic development of that area. Our transit system is under the gun as federal and state revenues continue to get cut. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to maintain a strong transit system. And additionally, we're going to have to recognize that our downtown requires attention. Residents and businesses have substandard garbage and recycling services. Cleanliness services haven't kept pace with the increased foot traffic, the increased daytime population that we're seeing downtown, along with the tourist population. Simple assaults have risen. And there's a lot of different reasons for that, as Councilman Bothwell and Councilman Davis and I have learned, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we're going to have to address these problems as they occur. I'm not sold on the need for ambassadors or more hanging plants or some of these things that are proposed by the bid, but it's obvious to me that neglecting downtown is not an option. When an area generates 75% of the sales tax for the county, then we have to mind it, and we have to do what it takes to make sure that we're valuing it. As to return on investment, this was brought up by people. I think it's a really important point. What measure of success are we looking at as we enter into this 3-year experiment? How do we know if we crossed the finish line that we intended to cross? And I think that that's one of the things I'll look forward to coming from the board, but some things that I would put out there would be, it said it's going to help increase the sales tax revenues. I'd want to see that. 3 years? Let's see it. That graffiti would be reduced, that recycling trash pickup would improve. These would be 3 important measures for me if we were going to measure success for this thing. And another thing that's been said here tonight is around the reaction to visitors, from visitors to our downtown. And I think the most important reactions to conditions downtown are the ones that we have from locals. And while tourism is of course important and this massive economic driver, downtown is for Asheville. It's Asheville's downtown. It's for us, the folks that live here. And the fact that tourists like it is great, but they like it because it has all the things that we like in it. That's why they started liking it. It's because they came here because we created this really nice place that we all enjoy. So there's the goose that laid the golden egg. We laid it, so to speak. I'm going to say one more thing and then I'll stop. Y'all are being very patient. Tonight, I believe we ought to legitimize a bid board. We need that board to go forth and do more preparatory work in order for this council to make wise budget decisions next year, give us a menu of options for an array of possible revenue totals. And until we see what we're working with, I'm not comfortable with committing to any tax increase at all. I want to thank everybody for their patience and willingness to help us get to a better place on this. Thanks.
Councilman Pelley.
It's never easy to consider a proposal that will increase taxes, especially for a select group. And I'd like to just reflect on a couple of the comments I heard here tonight that I think deserve response. I heard concerns that we're putting public dollars, if we were to approve this, into private hands. And I think it's important to understand that whatever proposal comes out, as Councilman Hunt's amendment suggested, at least 1/3 of the board bid members will be approved by Asheville City Council, that your city council will be approving the tax rate for the bid, and that it's really important, I think, also to understand that we do have a 3-year sunset clause. If this is not working, then this thing automatically goes away in 3 years unless we renew it. And as Councilman Smith suggests also, I too will want to answer the question, how do we measure success with a bid here? And I'll be looking for the bid board to provide some metrics that we can use at the end of 3 years or at the end of 1 year to see how we're doing on that. Another concern I heard expressed tonight was that the bid will only benefit businesses and not the residents of downtown. What occurs to me on that is that, the clean, green downtown is going to benefit all of us here, and that the residents who live downtown who are concerned about this chose downtown for a reason. It's a unique place. It's not a subdivision. It's not a gated community. There's unique qualities of downtown, and as a resident of that, I think that's what attracted you there, and I think that's worth something to the folks that make that choice there. Tonight will be, as Vice Mayor Manheimer suggests, we'll be creating the skeleton and the framework for the bid. The tax rate will be determined later on. What we're doing right now is allowing this process to move forward here. And I think the message I want to leave with the folks that are concerned about the bid and oppose the bid, that if this does pass tonight, we're going to be moving forward with this. We want you on board. We want you participating. We want you to help define the way the bid moves in the future there. So I hope that if this passes, you will not walk away, but you will become a part of this here and help us determine the services needed, determine the tax rate, determine the scope of this thing, and be a part of the leadership team there, because that's what's going to make this thing a success in the future. I'll be supporting it.
Councilman Davis.
My turn?
Your turn.
All right. I won't be terribly long at oration, but I guess 28 years ago this month, I made an investment in the downtown, and me and two other guys worked down there in a tire store changing tires and trying to draw business into our downtown that there really wasn't a lot going on in. Winters were cold. I can remember my hands breaking open and bleeding because you're out there working really hard trying to make the next dollar. That had a day in February where my proceeds of the day before got stolen from inside my building. The great part was there's only $300. So I can tell you some stories about the downtown. And we've invested a lifetime down there. I mean, 28 years, and I worked 15 years prior to that in the downtown. And I'm going to be real honest with you. When this thing first came up, and I'll argue with the mayor a bit on it, we authorized the downtown master plan. That was the strategic goal that set this in motion. And this bid district is a part of that master plan. I had a hard time for the last several weeks of getting where I am now because it didn't feel good to me. It didn't feel like it was the right time to go up on taxes. It did not feel like it's the right time and the right thing to do. But we stepped out in faith. I guess it's been 4 years ago now when we initially started the downtown master plan, and we put that in motion. At some point, you have to have faith that this is where we're going. This was part of what that plan said to do. We authorized it, we okayed it, a group of hardworking people put effort to it, and this is where we are today. I think we're getting ready to give it a try for a 3-year out to see that this is what we need to do to keep the downtown better. And I had a good friend of mine tell me that's been an advocate of this plan. He said that it's not about what we've done in the past. I asked him where we had failed as a city to live up to the things that need to be done here. And he said, it's not about what you've done in the past. Y'all have done a good job. It's about where we go in the future with it. And I think that the cleanliness of the downtown, the things that we need to do, this may be an experiment that doesn't work at the end of 3 years, but I think we owe it to the people that have worked hard to get it to this point. I'm willing to make that commitment. And I guess I should ask if this is a conflict of interest, because we do.
No.
We are part of it.
It's not a conflict of interest.
I think that it's important that we put the assets in the downtown. We could be doing that as part of the budget. I've tried for 8 years now to get garbage cans down in the western corridor. They're still not there. And if I can't do it, no one can do it. and so I'm hoping that we get the weeds cut down there, we get garbage cans, we get the stuff that we need. We got huge issues of cleanliness, and if this is a way to get there, then I'm going to be supportive of it this evening. But if it doesn't work in 3 years, it needs to go away.
Councilman Buffalo, Councilman Hunt.
I just had one thing I forgot to add. I can see where the vote's going here. I think all of you can see where the vote's going also. But I want to remind my fellow council members that we essentially told the people of the city that we would not approve this unless there was substantial support downtown. Judging by the emails, we've been deluged with anti-bid emails. Looking at the petitions that have been signed by condo owners and business owners around town, talking to people downtown, there is not widespread support for this plan. The only poll, you can trash our poll all you want to, the only poll done was by Park of city voters, 19% support the bid. Now, somebody else can do another poll. I'd be happy to. You suggested, Mr. Hunt, I think your name is, you suggested a poll would be I think it'd be a great idea. How about a referendum? But, we have not listened to the people of the city. We have not gotten true feedback on what the residents of downtown want. And I think it's precipitous to jump in on this. Thank you.
Councilman Hunt.
I won't repeat the reasons others have said, which are many of the same reasons I intend to support. I will say that a key question I ask myself is this an economically viable approach for property owners and business owners downtown? And I thoroughly believe it is. I would not vote for this if I did not believe going in that whether you're a residential property owner, a commercial property owner, or a small business owner that rents space downtown, that this would not pay for itself. I believe that what we've learned from observing bids in other cities is that comes true. That is a huge point of my reason to vote for it, that I believe that folks will ultimately be made whole because of this investment. So I intend to support it. Thank you.
All right, everyone's had their say, and I'm going to call a question. I would just ask, as people leave, you could do it quietly, because we got only one more thing on the agenda, and we're going to continue with the agenda. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-2. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the Vice Mayor to handle the last item listed on our agenda.
And as a housekeeping matter, Mayor, in that motion that we just passed, we asked for 2 members of City Council to serve on the advisory committee. And I would suggest that those members be Councilman Hunt and Councilman Davis. That's a motion.
Second.
Any further questions or comments? Any member of the community wishing to address council on the issue of the motion that's on the floor? We still have business to go on. Any member of the community wishing to address the motion of the individuals who will be appointed to the advisory committee, the nominating committee?
Nominating. I used the word advisory. I'm sorry, nominating.
Councilman Hunt and Councilman Davis, you can speak now. Seeing no one moving. Council, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Vice Mayor.
Okay, this should be pretty quick. For boards and commissions, the only thing we've got is the Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee. Richard Letterman and Celeste, okay, I'm going to say Collins, right, are up for, well, their terms have expired, but they're eligible for reappointment and would like to be reappointed. So Boards and Commissions is recommending their reappointment.
I move to reappoint both of them.
Second.
Okay. Any questions, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. And then there's one other vacancy, and the Homeless Initiative Advisory Committee has recommended Charles Rosenblum, and Boards and Commissions was in agreement with that recommendation.
I move to approve Rosenblum.
Jan gets the first. He gets the second.
Can I appreciate the recommendation, but there's not a lot of diversity on that committee. So I would like to see us interview someone.
Okay, and I don't have a hard copy of that, and I'm not able to access it on my computer. So
I've got it on my iPad here if anybody wants to look at it.
Charles Barber.
Is that who you'd like to
interview?
All right. Would that be all right to, okay, are we messing up this tight schedule we created? Meg, you're looking at me. Yes.
Well, yes, because the HED committee and the finance committee are meeting on October 23rd, beginning at 2 o'clock. And so I just need to know when to schedule that interview. And then on November 13, you've got the RADTIP work session.
Right up in front of the...
And then the Boards and Commissions Committee before that. But I mean, if you're just going to interview one person, I can get that person in.
Well, I think we would probably interview both then.
How about ahead of the work session on the 16th?
Move the Boards and Commissions meeting back.
I'm trying to remember.
On 11/13?
On the 13th, right?
No, October 16th, we have a work session.
No, that's been canceled.
Oh, that's right. It's the 23rd now, right? 30th.
We could do the interview on 11/13, and then I'll get with the Boards and Commissions Committee, and we'll kind of...
We moved our Boards and Commissions meetings at 3 o'clock on 11/13, and we have a work session at 3:30, which might run right up to council, so...
If it's going to be one interview, though...
Two.
Oh, two?
Well, we would interview Mr. Rosenblum and Barber.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we did them at 2:30.
I tried to reach Mr. Barber before, and I was not able to, but I can try to write a letter this time and try to get a hold of him. but I'll try.
How about this, Mayor? If Maggie, reach out to Mr. Barber. If you're successful, figure out the best time for us to do the interview of both. If not, we'll just have this come up again on our agenda and we can appoint Mr. Rosenblum or take other action.
I would ask that we take there's no racial diversity at all on this committee, and
you would like to re-advertise?
I would love to, if we can't get Mr. Barber, just in all fairness. This is an important committee, and
that
no
may
racial
push us
diversity.
past our December. I mean, that's fine with me if
It
we're
sounds
in
like things have
January.
been on there a long time, so it would be probably good to advertise.
Re-advertise the vacancy?
Well, why don't you try to reach Mr. Barber? If that doesn't work, and if that works out, then set the interview of Mr. Rosenblum and Mr. Barber.
Okay.
If that doesn't work, go ahead and re-advertise and we'll push it back. I think we'll
It'd
be into January.
No, it'd be into the end of November. So I could re-advertise and it'd be at the end of November, you'd be making your appointments. Okay. But I got it.
Quick question for clarification. Is this slot that we're talking about now one that is to be filled by a currently homeless person?
No.
Okay.
No.
I just noticed on Mr. Barber's application, he indicates that he's currently homeless, which might explain the difficulty reaching him, I suspect. But I just want to make sure when we advertise that we're reaching out to the right, or to the maximum broad group of people. Thank you.
Maggie, if you're able to look at the agenda, the only other issue I recall was that...
There was nothing else.
Okay. All right, that's it.
All right. We are now into informal comments, and no? Want me to come back to you? Okay. First sheet I have is from Mr. Charlamante. And just to remind you, I need you to state your name for the record and not to go over anything that we've done tonight.
Okay. Pastor Christopher, Apostolic Apostle, City Council, Madam Mayor, one of your guests today who got a lot of minutes, for someone who's only supposed to get a few, reminded me of a joke. God was making and made the platypus. And one of the angels came to him and said, God, look at this thing. It's made out of all these parts. How come? And God answered, I didn't have the resources. If the city of Asheville had decided to put a curfew on the homeless, there would be an uproar. Everybody would see it and it would scream. So what they did is they hid the curfew. See, only the homeless and the poor use buses. Right now I have an hour and a half walk to my house. I want to thank that Hush. Well, actually I want to thank first God. On my 10-year anniversary of being on the streets of Asheville, God said, son, it's time to have a home. Through Vash HUD, I now have a beautiful apartment, and I don't have to pay a dime, because I am told that by filing for disability, once I get it up, then I'll have to pay a third. But the word says, if you don't work, you don't eat. And I include that as, if you don't work, you don't have a place. So a house. Everyone should have a place, whether it be in the woods, to sleep and be safe. A house, that you should work for, or an apartment. So, though I am not required, because it's through that HUD, if you notice, you have plenty of workers to clean the streets, lady, for free. Because those through housing have to give so many hours of free labor in exchange for that free house. So actually it's not free. They have to give something back to the community. I feel the same. That's why I've told every ministry in town, you need work, call on me. Because I don't believe in accepting anything for free. God says you don't. God says you work for what you get. But God's word also says this, many shall stand before the Lord and say, Lord, Lord, have I not prophesied in your name? Have I not healed in your name? Have I not done all these great miracles in your name? Now I want you to really think about this, because the Lord says, depart from me, Now understand, this is He who created all things. So everything was created by Him, and nothing was created except by Him. It says to this person, or persons, depart from me, you worker of iniquity, for I never knew you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would like to show respect from this city council
Your time
to be
is
able
up,
to finish
and you're out of
my
order.
statement.
You need to stop. You need to stop.
you, Mayor.
You need to stop. You're dismissed. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. You're next. I saw him. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shirley Dozier. I've been a resident of Montford Avenue for 52 years. When the city of Asheville advertised Tract 3 at the head of Montford in accordance with deed booking page 64, page 44, for the sale, we placed a bid on Tract 3 of $3,301, which was accepted by City Council. We made a 5% down payment of $165.01 and hired an attorney to handle the closing. When the attorney met for the closing, the city attorney's office had revised deed booking page that had removed 6 foot of road frontage from Tract 3 at Short Street. This change would deny our access to our existing sewer lines. When we complained about the change, we were told, take it or leave it. After repeated attempts with 2 lawyers to get the city to close on the property that the city had sold to us, the city attorney said that we would have to take the revised plan at 16 times the accepted bid that the city had contracted with us. In this, you will find this contract, you'll find what I wrote, you'll find the maps, and I know the rules now. You have 5 days to comply. Once you hand it over to your employee, who do I hand it to?
The city clerk. And just for clarification, you're saying that your access has been taken from the city based upon the land that you had purchased?
Yes.
And so you're coming to city council to say you want the land back, or that?
I want to close on Tract 3.
Okay.
That you've had my money tied up for years.
Okay, and so we'll get the city attorney's office to respond to your request, because this is the first we've heard of it, and so we will have to have the city attorney follow up with you to get more information, if that's okay. You have the information, how to contact? Thank you.
Mayor, there's a history behind this.
All right, well, we look forward to hearing more. Any others wishing to address council tonight on any item not on our printed agenda? Council, any updates or conversation, items you want to let folks know about? All right, Mr. Jackson, thank you for the security that you all rendered to assist Secret Services with the Vice President while he was here. And from my understanding, the things that you're going to do on Thursday/Friday for when presidential candidate Mitt Romney comes, I know that you all work with both camps to make sure you're meeting the needs that have been outlined by Secret Services impartially and unbiasedly, and I appreciate that, and I think the citizens appreciate the fact that you're making sure that they're both safe, everyone who comes to our community are safe, and so thank you for all the work that you all are doing.
Thank you. I'll pass that along. There's quite a bit of staff involvement from police, fire, transportation, civic center, but we know when to take direction from the Secret Service.
And the last thank you is from Charlotte. I think council got a copy of the letter that was forwarded, but also from Mayor Fox. They could not have done the level of service that they provided to the DNC without support from across the country, and they appreciate what Asheville did. And so again, thank you for the resources that you all rendered and all that you supported and made sure that that went on without a problem.
Thank you. It means a lot, and we'll pass that along. It's there's like I said, coordination at a command staff level, but everybody here ought to be real proud of our frontline people. All these letters that we get back, what a great job, and how professional our folks handle at all levels.
And we appreciate that. I think with the three things I named are really critical. And so with that, we do have a closed session. We just continued, and so we're going to adjourn and go back to we're not going to adjourn. We're going to go back to closed session and adjourn immediately after the closed session. We do not anticipate any announcements at the conclusion of our closed session. So we're in closed session.
Copy that from Bob.